poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. When someone asks, he answers. Tao De Jing 1. The Tao that can be told, not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts anything, and teaches without saying anything. Things arise, and she lets them come. Things disappear, and she lets them go. She has, but doesn't possess, acts, but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present in beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but we work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. "14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. You can't know it, but you can be it. At ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety, intelligence declines. Cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry, stop thinking, and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Everything he does.
In Hebrew today.
I was bored. I don't have to talk Hebrew. I was just, didn't see any interesting rooms. I started one. I started out on language apps, so that was how I sort of got online. And then my friend was like, "Oh, you like talking about politics? Come to this shit show of an app with no laws." So I did. And and I got in a lot of trouble here. As expected.
It is a shit show of an app.
Yeah.
Should I throw away? I've been cleaning and organizing this other room that used to be my brother's room, that I've turned into like my office, just with my books and my school notes and my friends' books that they didn't want because of my medical records throughout the years, because I always had this plan of doing something about it. And I've been like seeping through one by one, and it's pretty overwhelming. Do you think I should just like throw everything away and just let it be, and try to I don't know.
That once I threw away all my diaries and a bunch of photos from kind of like remember I told you I was into in high school, I kind of had that rough patch.
Yeah.
So I had a bunch of photos from there, and I just wanted it to I just wanted to be a different person. And I just threw it when I was moving to apartments one day. I just left it behind, and I was like, wow, I feel so much lighter. But now that I'm an adult and I have a little bit of perspective, and I don't feel like it's as fraught anymore. I actually wish I had it, because it would be sort of documentation of my life, and my trajectory. I'm proud of. I mean, I think you'll find eventually you're really proud of how far you've come, and you might want to look back and have that full picture. I don't know. But it also felt really light, that was the reason I was able to move forward, because I was able to let go. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think what you're saying is what I'm wanting, because I came back to Kentucky, and I think the reason I came back was because there was too much, obviously my face, and being sad and it being really hard in California. I knew I could have made it. I already got a job, and I was applying to a second job, and I knew I was there was no way that I wasn't going to make it. There was no way I was going to be homeless. Just I have.
Where in California were you?
I went to different places. Originally I was in LAX. I stayed there because I felt I needed to, I didn't feel safe to leave the hotel. So I spent too much money at really fancy hotels, because when my husband was when we traveled, he always made me get the a thing for really beautiful hotels. So originally I was at LAX, and I spent way too much time there. And then I went to Santa Monica, and then I went from Santa Monica and I went to Malibu, because somebody told me to go to Malibu, and I went to Malibu. And then from Malibu, I was like, okay, I need to get a mailbox, and I was going to get it in Malibu, but somebody said that this other place is more for rich people, so I decided to go to there. So I got a mailbox in Westlake. So I went to Westlake. Probably not going to get to see Diego anytime soon.
I don't blame you. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a trade off, you know. On the one hand, it's nice to let go of old baggage, especially if you're trying to move forward and start over. I really believe that like we can start over. We start over many. We're capable of reinventing ourselves many times over, you know. And I don't know. Like I wonder. I still to this day wonder if I hadn't like left all of those diaries and photos in that apartment to travel light, and then if I would have been able to move forward the way I did, you know?
You're so right. And you know, Diego wanted me to do that. Like he's like, don't go back to your house.
And your memories sometimes it's subverted a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Like even like me going back to the house and trying to get luggage and clothes and stuff. Like I wasn't thinking like if I had went back to the house to get the stuff I needed, my face would be intact today.
Yeah.
Just one bag. And just with the money I had and been smart.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough to like. Yeah, I don't know. But now I like kind of want it to mean something. So I have my memories, but it's not the same as having like photo evidence or your writings, you know.
But your memories are gonna be better now. Like you can still express it and share it. Like it's not gone.
It's and maybe it's not that great to have such a vivid memory. Maybe it's
exactly
superficial memories better.
Exactly. Like if you think about like the old times, they didn't have these things.
Yeah. And these memories are painful, you know? Like it's better for them to be a little muted.
Exactly. So true. So true. May I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
How do you navigate life without believing in God?
Shit, and I just wasn't able to reconcile some things. So I think because, and I found humanism to be the most consistent moral way to live, where all humans are equal and everyone, you know, living in a. It just was to me, it was the type of world I want to live in, where people are just decent to each other and don't lie and don't do crimes and don't hurt each other. I mean, to me, that seemed like the ultimate. I just don't believe in like this consolidated power where some like ancient book is and like some sort of very authoritarian god is like the one who dictates these arbitrary rules when there's like a universal code that could make society more humane and better and kinder, you know.
Okay.
To feel like I had my life in my own hands and like, you know, there were times that I was pretty poor and I had to sort of pull myself out of poverty, you know, and like I didn't really have a lot of help from my family, so like I like I was very misunderstood when I was younger, so like to be able to have done that on my own and gives me a lot of confidence in myself and my ability to handle things. Maybe it's arrogance. I don't think like God is, and maybe there is a God involved in it on some level, but like I feel very confident in my abilities because I've been like lucky to have been able to pull myself out of very difficult situations that a lot of people can't, you know.
Yeah, no, I respect everything that you said. Thank you for sharing.
What about you? I mean, what is your impression of God or not God? Or like, what do you
class. Like, she was in a bigger, like her class. She was a freshman when I was a senior. Anyways, like, Mr. Gill didn't believe in God. And when Kothar died, I remember that he came to my uncle's house to give his condolences. And I will never forget, like, when he walked, like, across the front yard and how he looked. Like, I wondered, like, what he was thinking in his head. Like, I wondered, like, did he think there's a life after death, that there's something, there's meaning? Because what gives my aunt, her mother, like, the ability to, like, to navigate such a huge loss, like your gorgeous, beautiful, intelligent daughter dies from a car accident at the age of 23, and she was going to be a doctor, and everybody loved her, and you know, and she was so beautiful, and just not know that her mom was rooted in God and in the belief that there was
comfort from thinking about an afterlife. Yeah,
not just comfort, like a true belief. Like, she did not cry. Like, my mother was crying more than my aunt was crying when my cousin died. She was just so beautifully composed, and I put it like it was my duty, and I visited them almost every day until my dad had a stroke, and then I kind of like went into my own little world. But he like, so I think about Mr. Gill and those who don't believe in God when it comes to trying to find the meaning in death, meaning in life, meaning in hardship, meaning in pain, meaning in, like, where is justice if it can't be in the afterlife? There's no justice in this world. Like, ultimate justice has to come afterwards. However, I do like let myself like self-inflicted on myself because of religious beliefs. For example, I have like this belief that you're not supposed to cut ties with your family.
Mm-hmm.
It's this concept in Islam called silat al-rahim.
Mm-hmm.
And so for that reason, from like a very, like, the abuse didn't just start like at 40. The abuse just has been changed into different ways.
Yeah.
But if I like had enough like respect for my autonomy and my life, and I left when I was in college and just got a place on campus, maybe my trajectory would have been different. But I'm not just like that, but also cultural things or maybe it was just laziness. Maybe it was like, I don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. But I think there's certain things like that I can see how religion, but I don't know. Like,
no, I definitely relate to that type of familial pressure. But I want to talk about like death thing and finding comfort in death. I think the way I look at it is like, I do appreciate that many people find comfort in believing in an afterlife. But for me, like, I had some and my watching through those gut-wrenching, painful, slow deaths, and then just thinking that they're never going to be there again. Like, the way I comfort myself is by saying, like, I made sure to show up during those last years of their life. And to me, like, having those memories, in a way, they're still alive in my memories. Like, to me, memories
way about my cousin. I almost sometimes felt like her brain came into me, and I started getting like a better head on my shoulders after she died. And I think it's beautiful that you are focusing on what you can do for the people in the moment.
I feel like they're alive. My memories are alive. Like, to me, they still exist because of those memories that we had together, you know?
Like that movie Coco? Is that the movie? Do you know what I'm talking about, the movie?
Sure. What was it about again?
Hold on, make sure it's the movie Coco. It's like a cartoonish, yeah. It's basically saying like as long as you can still remember them, that they're still alive, and then the moment you stop remembering them, that's when they actually die, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
That is a spirituality better. So
I guess that is a spirituality. I guess I'm not like completely without spirituality. I just don't believe in like this consolidated authoritarian God, you know?
Yeah, that is something that I'm struggling with the Christian paradigm that I don't believe the Islam paradigm has. Is that like they see the man as human. I'm using man for both woman and man. The man as inherently bad, and I don't like that kind of thinking.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so I'm going to put you in the hot seat for a second. The other day, you said you felt that I betrayed you because you overheard me talking in a way that I thought was expressing concern. And you extended this to Jewish people in general as being backstabbing or dishonest or deceptive. That's not my worldview at all. I think humans are good, and I believe, and that my spirituality is one that was based on humanism, right? And that all humans deserve a fair chance and just backstabbers, because your brain immediately goes, Jews are bad and deceptive because they're concerned about my mental health, versus everyone else who's concerned about my mental health is just has nothing to do with their identity. You're attributing it to your identity, you know what I mean? That's where the problem is. Mm-hmm. Like you attributed this fundamental core illness to me because I had the same reaction that everyone else did, regardless of their ethnic identity or religion.
No, I think saying what everyone else did is like gaslighting. Like,
saying many people had expressed the same view in that room, and Sela and people. I think what you're hearing maybe is, I think the way.
Believe it or not, I've seen this stupid thing happen before, and then we had like a string of Republican mayors take over New York City and actually have to put it on track. So we've seen this act, and we've seen this stage before. Secondly, he's not shifting the public conversation. But really be ineffective and really do nothing on the back line. And then it's this crap that he's going to do, and he's going to try to figure out, since he's so politically savvy, he's going to manipulate things. And I promise you, he's going to get caught up in some kind of scandal that's going to end up hurting it. And New York City is going to suffer because of it.
But that sounds like he's going to give him a cue for that. That's completely what it is. But go on. Sounds like wishful thinking. Yeah,
Royfield is not completely.
Hey, not too much on Royfield. That's what
I know. What's up, Royfield? It's been a cool minute, man. How's your holidays, Royfield?
My Christmas period, holidays. We're not North American over here. No, the Christmas period was very nice. Hung out with the family, etc., etc.
Yeah, you didn't come up with my talent.
Oh, no. They don't look. No, I think that. Anybody on Clubhouse, unless it goes beyond Clubhouse.
I think, listen, you know your experience, and you're the expert of your own life and what you're feeling and what you're going through, and that's the bottom line. I think like perhaps I was coming from, and Kevin was coming from, not to justify talking about you behind your back, which was not cool in general. Like, we should probably.
I mean, calling me mentally ill and trying to diagnose me.
I don't think when we say it, like, I think maybe Jews are in general, culturally, we are very into therapy and getting our mental health treated, and we're all on antidepressants, and it's something we have a lot of experience with because of our transgenerational trauma. Like, it doesn't really come from a place of judgment. Like, for me, I judge people who don't take care of their mental health more than people who do. Like, going to therapy or getting medicated is a healthy step in the right direction for most people, or for a lot of people. Not everyone, doesn't work for everyone. But like, so like, when I say, oh, we all struggle with like, how can you be sane in this world that we live in?
But Habibti, what you all, and I want, like, I wish just one person can, like, actually hear me and understand my trauma was created by psychiatry and the mental illness industry. Like, I wish people can understand
100%.
that. Like,
I don't think they cause harm to you. I believe that. 100%.
Like I remember the first time I got out of the state psychiatric hospital in 2019, so it'll be 7 years. Care. I was like, focused on my civil rights, focused on my rights, and all of a sudden my rights are stripped from me, just like, and I'm like, with what right do you have to do that? Like, I literally just watched the police footage from it 3 days ago for the first time in 7 years. Like, I watched the police footage of that day, and watching my two brothers, like, personally putting me in the police car, like, go F yourselves. Like, and I was the one that was working full-time. I had $25,000 saved in my bank account. I was married to a man, like, who had ALS, that I would literally go visit him in California just so I could see him and go back and, like, run my, like, the store that I was, like, working. I was recruited in that position, and it's like, I had a livelihood. I was, like, focusing on the things that my dad, like, I was grieving my dad. My dad had just recently died. My husband just was diagnosed with ALS. I had a lot going, but I wasn't suicidal. I wasn't dangerous. I wasn't, like, and I didn't know what was happening. I had never been put in a state psychiatric hospital before. So here I am, like,
it is a violence, it is medical violence. So what they do to people who, like, are right, have the right.
Like Buttercup, it was hard, man. It was hard, and I want to do something about it, but it's like, can I even do something about it? So the violence that I've experienced, like, I've suffered from depression since I was a child. I will concede that. Like, I used to, like, just cry and be sad, but it was like things were happening. My dad was, after 9/11, they tried to deport my father. So, like, my dad wasn't there for graduation, and I was, like, fighting the jails on behalf of my father. He was calling me, telling me, call immigration, do this, do that. And so, like, I'm seeing these violations happen, and I'm like, 17 years old. Well, this is happening. I graduate. I go to college. Like I'm like, and I get in a relationship with somebody who, like, things happen, and I don't care if nobody believes me. I was raped. When I was 23 years old, like, by this man that I actually went on to get engaged to, because of, like, okay, he did this to me, like, and he didn't just rape me, he was violent, and like, even after he raped me, and after, like, we didn't get married, and I sold the diamond ring, and I put it on my credit cards, and I paid off my debt, and I did all of that, he tried to come back into my life because he had, and he was like, he's a violent person. Like, I know I wasn't the first person that happened to, but he did rape me. Like, he did rape me.
Yeah. And people like that are so manipulative too, right? They'll make you think it's your fault. They'll make you think.
And And I was a religious girl who, like, didn't want anybody to be with me except for my husband. But, like, he didn't just rape me. He fucked with my brain. He fucked with how I saw my body. Like, I don't want you, like, I don't want to tell you the things that he was saying to me. And then from there, like, I met my late husband, and I married him secretly. I was a second wife. I married him in a way that was Islamically recognized, but I almost felt like the trajectory of my life just put me in his hand. And then he got ALS, and he was diagnosed with ALS, and
census is going, and to look at this as a right and a left, a Democrat and a Republican thing is slightly old-fashioned.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like the whole anti-Semite, Semite discussion and geopolitics. But you know what's weird? I don't know if I'm the only one on stage who always wants to remember where like local race is like your mirror, and gubernatorial. Why the fuck are we concerned about national and international politics when it comes to these local races now? They're trying to get somebody straight on Israel, and it's like, motherfucker, I'm running from Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? It's like, motherfucker, I'm running for Iowa. What the fuck do I give a fuck about Trump's trade deal with China? You get what I'm saying? I want to know how we're gonna fucking keep the roads. You get what I'm saying? It's just so weird that our ship has been getting away from the nuts and bolts of why the fuck we need a mayor in the first place. Like, we don't need a mayor because we desperately need a leader of the city. No, we need a fucking administrator to be the face of, it's a few people you need to be able to go and curse at if shit hits the fan, and that's your fucking chief of police, your district attorney, and your mayor. And that's why they're important. It's like crime, roads, economy, local economy. What the fuck do I give a fuck about your opinion on Israel? You know,
I think the answer, or maybe a possible answer, I'll be humble because I'm not going to pretend like I have all the answers, is that we have certain like local politicians who are starting out, like Mamdani in the mayoral race, who are being groomed for.
I'm on Clubhouse and engaging on Clubhouse, and I randomly meet this like very gentlemanous guy like Diego, and I really like him and I enjoy his company. Fun. It was ease. It was just like, I don't have to have all this be defining of who I am. I wanted to refine who I am. I wanted to make me like a better person. But for me to go back into therapy, to just put a label on me, to rehab, I need to.
Of legend, but then it gets very confusing.
I just wish that you didn't do the voodoo on me that made me like trip and cut my face open.
Well, then you have to pay your tribute. You have to pay your regular tribute. Okay. I didn't see you bringing any sacrifice, prize.
You're welcome. I'm sure you had nothing to do with it.
No, I control all the media. All the media.
Exactly.
But it's just weird. I have to write about this. This is a little bit like Jean-Paul Sartre, anti-Semite and Jew. Like, one can't exist without the other. Because
you do realize Palestinians are Semitic people, right?
Complex. I have a question for you, Ben. If the U.S., and I'm just using that, you gave it to him and he's not politically relevant, bitch, you're projecting you're not politically relevant. So, his name is, the fact that I can't even think of his name just shows you how insignificant he is. It's just a fucking article writer. And he's got a trans son. Isn't that nice?
Oh. Like, I always separated it, and then I'm trying to find God through the church.
You asked me why I'm an atheist. That the hypocrisy of religious people is like another reason people become atheists. Like, yeah, most religious people are not good people, and yet if you have this consistent humanistic morality, moral code, then it's easier to be a good person than just like keeping up with trying to prove to your neighbors that you're more religious.
Yeah, but Buttercup, the thing is, like, when I would listen, like me, like, give me an example. 3 or 4 years ago, like, I would try to comfort myself from, like, the pain, like, just regular loss, losing your family, losing the people you love, just basic life. Mm-hmm. And I'm, like, listening to a beautiful Surah Al-Rahman, of a recitation that comforts me. And as I'm listening to it, my brother starts yelling at me, screaming at me. Like, when I am, like, if I start covering more, like, to crazy. So even, like, religion has been weaponized against me as a way to, like, and I don't know who tracks this, so, but, like, my, like, affinity, like, my soul, please, like, my affinity is to God, and I'm seeking God, like,
remove me, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Yo, we look similar, bro.
I'm going through the church right now, and, like, 3 days ago, the priest of the church that I've been going to for the Order of Christian Initiation, so that I can be
Christians are hypocrites too. They're not immune to that. I'm
not looking for, like, I'm looking for, like, people who actually believe in God. Like, I'm trying to find, like, the actual fruit of people who show that they believe in God. And I've been finding that through the church. I really have. Like, and so the priest, he had called me, and I missed his call, and I called him back, and I had a wonderful conversation with him. And afterwards, maybe 3, 4, 5 hours later, I have, like, my brother threatening me, and it, like, dysregulated me. That isn't mental illness. That's, like, real, like fear in your body that you're healing. And it took me 2-3 days, and I did what I needed. Like, a therapist wouldn't have changed that. No, I, like, did things. I talked to people that knew me. I listened to things. I, like, was active, and now I'm slowly starting to get, like I don't feel that tremor throughout my body, because I literally was feeling a tremor throughout my body, because it was like my safety was being threatened. He's like, this is a threat. Like, he's like violently yelling at me, cursing at me, and I'm your older sister. This is hard. This is abuse. This is a mental illness. Like, I'm so resilient. Like, the fact that I'm able to not have posted a naked photo of myself as my PTR, but I was feeling worthless. Like, I was feeling, like, degraded. I was feeling like I was like, what's the point of life? So it was like and I think it was a good thing he blocked me, because it woke me up, because I lost the thing that I wanted, and it was him. And so, but I understand that you have a healthy relationship with mental illness and with conversing about this stuff, but I don't. I see, like, how it's been utilized against the marginalized, and how it's utilized by people that abuse them. I see that side of it too.
And if I may say something, what you're going through, everyone kind of goes through something, but sometimes certain things hit harder for people. But know that you don't have to burden this, like, the fear, the anxiety on your own self. That God is with you. Like, go.
I know that you troll a lot, but I really appreciate your genuineness and what you're sharing right now. So thank you.
But Chief, do you think it's like we all have these psychological challenges in this very complicated world we live in? And like I was saying to Nora, for people like me and Kevin, we talk freely about what meds we're on. Like, this is something that's very normalized. And, like, because to me, a person I want to hang out with is someone who cares for their mental health and wants to be stable and realizes how their behavior affects people around them, right? These are really important things if you want to be, not just for other people, but also for yourself. You know,
And with all due respect, I think it's great to have a spiritual life too, and it can supplement it. But like, it's also okay to take care of your mind and your heart and your soul and your pain, you know. And one of those ways to take care of it is through like professional psychology. I'm not saying that's your path, Nora, but my only point is, me and Kevin, when we were kind of generalizations against any people, and I hope that I can unsee what I see, but I also feel like it comes from an arrogance of I as a Jew have a higher IQ than you, not like just me, but because I'm smarter than you, and because I understand these things, because I am an Ashkenazi Jew, and I inherently have a higher IQ, and I know these things that you don't know, then this is what it really is, and that's why I like. It's not something we say. It's a thing. It's only something. I don't even believe that. All those studies are debunked. It's not something Ashkenazi Jews talk about. It's something people who hate Jews talk about. Do you realize that? Ashkenazi Jews never talk about their high IQs because all those studies have been debunked. Not to be like an arrogant Ashkenazi Jew, but like it is like kind of two sides. People who are philo-Semites and anti-Semites, two sides of the same coin. If you say Jews are smarter than everyone, it's like you flip a switch and think they're better. You know, I don't think it's you that say things. I feel like that's conversations that Kevin has said, or he's like said to a black girl, that's why you are like, you have lead poisoning, and that's why you're the way you are. And so, I mean, I don't know. He's a little overbearing in a way like that sometimes neurotic New York Jews are. Like, just sort of the way we talk is a little bit like more aggressive than like West Coast Gentiles, and like. I also find you just said West Coast Gentiles, man. Like you have. Well, there's something called linguistics. Like I don't know. There's like these linguistics patterns that I learned about, where like East Coast Jews are kind of seen as very rude because they're very like. You ever hear McZed talk? Like they talk so aggressively and like interrupt a lot. You know. I don't know. Maybe I said Gentiles. Like you have like a paradigm of Jew versus Gentile. No, this is a sociological linguistics talk about. They talk about different ethnic groups and how they have linguistic. It's an academic term to distinguish, like when you're talking about Ashkenazi Jewish history and trajectory and their neuroses and their problems. Like I don't think like in sociology it's seen as a superiority complex. It's seen as like laden with. It is a superiority complex. Like the idea that like modern day Jews are actually the descendants of Jacob. Like even that idea, like to me, is mind-boggling. So how am I supposed to separate certain things that I observe Jews do with like this superiority that I don't believe that anybody. Do you think me and Kevin think we're descended from Jacob? I don't know. Do you? Why do you? I'm an atheist. Okay, then why do you believe you're a Jew? Where does that term come from? I mean, as I was trying to explain in the room the other day before we went on this tangent about whether Jews are in general backstabbers. It's a loose, kind of fluffy thing that for everyone, there's no biological link to it. What it is a common history, language, literature, sometimes religion, sometimes geographic area, you know, and these are things that make a peoplehood, and it has to do with the way people categorize themselves and the way others categorize them. So, Nora, when you say things like Jews are backstabbers, you're contributing to isolating Jews as an ethnic minority, even though, you know, I have no religion. I'm pro-Palestine. I'm critical of the state of Israel. I don't think it should exist. I don't
your critiques of Jews I don't fit into that box, and yet you smear me the same way you smear every other Jew as a backstabber, and that's what makes me an ethnic minority. People like you who do that because you've distinguished me as an inherently evil person because of some biological deficiency, which I don't have. There's no biological difference between me and my.
Anecdotal evidence of my experiences with Jews on this app, like with multiple attempted building rapport with different Jews, and that's how I felt. I understand how you are seeing it as like this biological thing. I don't see it as a biological.
I literally doesn't see it as a biological thing. I made it that.
No,
It's actually like really interesting
I'm not
because
making us. No, I see it as a moral thing.
it's like two
I see it as a
Karens
moral thing. Like for me,
who just don't get it. Like
Jews
they're
are
both
inherently immoral. That
like
is a biological
perfect mirrors of
deficiency.
each other, aren't they?
Did I just say Jews are inherently immoral?
Well, listen,
Also, Butter never modded Nora.
I think it's what you believe. So if like a Jew believes that they are different than the Gentile, if a Jew that doesn't believe in God believes that they're different than the Gentile,
well, I would say Butter's actually a little more intelligent.
You think Jews are different than the Gentile, not me.
This is what you're doing, then you might be dumber than the person you're talking to.
I don't believe that. I believe people should be. I believe because this is my observation, anecdotally, not biologically. You try to get close to Jewish people. You try to build rapport with them, but at the end of the day, they have a belief that they are chosen, and because they believe they are chosen, or they believe that they are discriminated against, or they believe that they are persecuted, then it becomes a.
I don't believe any of those things, and you said I'm a backstabber because I'm a Jew.
No,
you're the one defining me as an ethnic minority, not me.
I believe. No, what happened is I was engaging with you a handful of conversations, didn't really know much, and then to my surprise, you had said stuff behind my back, and I associated it with you being Jewish. Not because I didn't say.
Put my suggestions in the chat for them. I'd like to read what they are because I get the feeling that Nora likes the fact that I'm recording because she like wants to get her story out there, perhaps before, total obliteration of the brain. But this is what I wrote. Some suggestions or ideas from the viewing and listening gallery. 1, create a matrix or bullet points of the discussion or contents of your conversation. Review the discussion afterwards and be more aware of what your story is. 2, use the cognitive distortions checklist to analyze your discussion and talking points. 3, read this list and contrast with your talking points. Then I provided a PDF to what's known as the cognitive distortions checklist from the Feeling Good Handbook. Number 4, listen and use your ears. Stop using your lips and to think and speak your story or dial recording is very therapeutic and wise. It will help with mental health, aka intelligence, because Trex, my theory is you can't really help these people unless you can improve their intelligence. And to me, the Tao Te Ching book is a useful tool. It's not the best or the greatest, but I know about it and it's very easy to listen to. And I think it allows you to gestalt like your impressions or your thoughts that come up while you're listening to it. And then also you can when listening to it where you're like, wow, that's very smart. Okay, this is number 7. You can only grow out of your bowl with new information. Your talking points, repetitions are causing repetitive trauma. You must work and listen to the Tao or read the Tao book. Your brain will become more intelligent and you will grow. Number 8, you are not what you say you are. You are only what you do. gonna listen to the dial.
Our conversation, I went back in the room and I retracted what I said.
I apologize.
It's on the.
You said she backstabbed me. You said she betrayed me. She knows what she did. That's what you said.
No, but when you weren't in the room because replays were on, I went back in the room.
I listened to the replays and you said, "Oh, she knows what she did." You continued to imply that I backstabbed you after we had a sweet conversation.
No, did you not hear what I said?
Much later, eventually you said it's like about an hour later, you said, "Okay, actually, I love Buttercup," but when you first came back in, you said Buttercup knows what she did. And you implied that the reason, and as you were talking about why it's okay to say Jews backstab, you were saying, I had this particular experience, Buttercup knows Jews. You continued to make me the poster child of backstabbing Jews.
Okay. So I do not remember it like that. I didn't really listen to it. I thought I was very clear that it was like, that I was in the wrong. And even like...
I didn't hear an apology from you saying, oh, I was wrong to call her that.
Said that. I thought I explicitly said that.
It's a very quick I'm sorry though, right? Really quick I'm sorry. You might want to like extend the I am very sorry.
Thought I explicitly said that, and then in fact, even later on, the thing that Sela was saying, she wasn't in the room, and I read what Chat GPT, like how it interpreted it, and I again like conceded that I was wrong in saying that. But yeah.
To Sela, you apologized to Sela. You didn't apologize.
No, to the entire room that I was wrong.
I don't know. I listened to it and I was kind of like shocked just because I thought we had come to an understanding and like I understand things are confusing for you now, but like friendship is reciprocal. You know what I mean? Like
I thought I made it very clear that I was wrong.
I direct when I have a problem with someone, and so for you to like be remorseful and contrite in private, and then to go back in there and say she knows what she did.
No, you apologize. I don't recall saying that, but I mean it's recorded.
You said she apologized. She knows what she did. That's what you said. And then was like, then you had a long conversation. I don't think maybe it wasn't only you, Nora, but there was a lengthy conversation about whether it's okay when you have a bad experience with a Jew to say Jews backstab. Whether that's all right. And so the implication there is that I'm the poster child for backstabbing Jews.
Like Buttercup, I really, I'm so like I remember like coming back in and saying that I was wrong and I shouldn't have said that.
Okay.
But like, I mean, I will listen to it.
I think it's okay to use those words explicitly. Be like, I was wrong. I'm sorry to Buttercup. Those are explicit words, but I didn't hear. There was nothing explicit like that, and the implication was Buttercup.
If it's okay with you, like I will like listen to that, and I don't want to do it right now because I don't want to like leave this room, and then it. Please send it to me because I
but it's like why go tit for tat about it? The point is like
no, because I really didn't feel like that. I felt okay, she understood how I felt and I was in the wrong and I shouldn't have said that.
You didn't say I was in the wrong, you said I was in the wrong. She knows what she did wrong. She did something wrong to betray me and she knows what she did. That's what you went back in there and said.
Oh gosh. I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Because I'm telling you to your face instead of like in a room full of 40 people backstab. You know what I mean?
No, Buttercup. I really don't recall that being said, but I believe you if that's what was said. But I really because I thought like I went in and I conceded that I shouldn't have said that, and that I appreciated that you talked to me, and like I appreciated that you understood why I was upset. And like that I shouldn't have said that. Like
thank you for saying.
Kick me.
The rhetoric that kind of
at least we got the sorry, right? I guess that was like
people that are
perfect cut there.
They shut down more conversations. conversations that actually help.
Brad, you're wrong here. You're wrong. Now,
okay, I'm gonna end these rooms.
I use the analogy of, first off,
have a great day.
Thank you for bringing to this room your detailed knowledge of New York politics. And I had completely forgotten that AOC first came to prominence because she took down a massive incumbent. Like, she was a no-hoper of a candidate to go up against him. So thank you for reminding me of that. Which then comes on to the point, which I really disagree with what you're saying, Brad. Your analysis of politics is conventional politics, whether it's right or left. And just to put this into perspective, nobody a year before Trump ran would have said, Republican, conservative, or liberal, or progressive, let's say, the ground is being pulled from underneath all of our conventional thinking here.
Nobody's really going to look at her as somebody as a potential leader or moving up. I don't think she can take some. So, and the idea that the conventional is not working, Donald Trump was conventional in his reelection. It was very much conventional. The same thing with Biden winning, much conventional. I don't know, Kamala Harris picked a radical Waltz governor, and that didn't help push her over the edge. There's none of this stuff you brought down.
Brad, you and I have to agree to, one second, my friend. You and I have to agree to disagree. We have to agree to disagree, and then I will shush. I would say that Kamala Harris, to take the optics away from the fact that she was a woman and a woman of color, but she ran the most traditional conservative campaign, conservative in terms of campaign, as opposed to I'm going to upset the table campaign. I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to promise radical things to people, which is what Trump did. So we have a very different way of looking at things, and it is to do with intent, to do with standing, as opposed to do with politics per se. I'll shush.
That's why you guys always lose, because you have these fringe perspectives and perceptions. When her rudimentary foundational thing that she ran on was abortion, right? And then you're talking about Call Me Daddy podcast. You're talking about rappers twerking. Are you like, you guys just don't live in any form of reality. And to think that New York isolated demographic politics speaks to the national platform, the national stage. It's why you guys continue to miss. This is why she didn't pick Bishop.
Drastically on your round there in Pennsylvania, yeah.
I'm right. You're right, Kevin.
Well, I'll agree with that, which is the point I'm trying to take to Brad. Like, politics in America is now incredibly unpredictable in a way that I can't remember another political phase where it has been. We're going through a realignment of politics, left and right.
We have been here before. Clinton was a realignment. Reagan was a realignment.
No, Reagan was. And to your point, Brad, to your point.
Royfield, shut up for a minute. Let somebody else get their word.
Barry Goldwater, 1964 election was John the Baptist, in effect. He was the herald that, 16 years later, there'd be a realignment of American politics.
You're just wrong.
Yes, I'll give you that.
You're wrong.
Barry Goldwater didn't run in 64? What are you saying?
Wrong. You're wrong. I know when he ran. But you seem to know it. So tell me my point. Oh, thank you. I got it. So you're saying this realignment is coming from these fringe groups. And again, Q just explained it to you. You're wrong. You've been flat out wrong. On the national level, they don't register. We've had fringe groups before. We had fucking a Tea Party candidate who couldn't figure out what Aleppo was. We've had Ross Perot, who probably was the closest outsider, if you will, that tried to run as an independent and tried to go get his name up on the list. And he came the closest, I would say. You had other candidates that shifted. I mean, if you're talking realignments, you had Kennedy, Reagan, Clinton. You would have Obama in that list. I certainly would have. And you would have, probably prior to that, you probably may have even put in some of the earlier candidates like a Roosevelt or most likely on helped propel Trump into his office. But even then, Bernie Sanders has been hobbled and sitting quietly. The national level does not speak to AOC or for that matter. They don't listen to them. People in Oklahoma, people in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, Texas, California, for fuck's sake, Portland, all of these other places that you think are going to go, they don't listen to these candidates. On a national level, that message isn't getting out, whatever it is, from AOCs, from Waltz's, from, who else did you mention? Mandami. He's not going to take it with him. They're just not. They're not there. They're not going any further.
Just to test that a little bit, why do you think people are talking more about affordability then, if it's not from the figure?
That's this different guy.
Okay.
And he hangs out with, like, Abby and a few other people.
Is Nesta coming here and say trash room? What? He's hanging out with trash.
He's more of a trash digger.
Your name, like, do you get like some kind of ping when somebody says your name? I just asked if somebody was you, and boom, there he is.
Oh shit.
Farrell, you said you went over there and like recorded and stuff. Did they consent to being recorded, Farrell?
Recorded what?
When you went over to film, were they consenting to that?
Film what? What was I filming?
What about that? Specifically using that nomenclature. That's what I'm saying.
Obama did. Clinton.
Obama did?
Yes.
Obama was talking about affordability?
Yes, he talked about his economic scales. He talked about prices were for the country. He talked about the need to revolutionize costs for medical insurance.
Yeah, he talked about...
Oh, it's a pretty BBW. Hello.
Mouthing, I don't know. Hot throated shit.
You the type I like my mind.
I got no gas though. Y'all smoking that doubt.
Hey P, you can never.
Oh, never no doubt. Damn, holy K.
I get so old.
I'm sick of her.
Why the gay women be more thirsty than me?
But if we do it,
Does everyone else make at work today?
Yeah. Only I'm sleepy. It's not helpful.
Because you love asking questions and then say, yep, I'm right. So, look, go ahead.
Okay, but let me ask you.
I'm black and Cherokee, right? Those
Yes,
are the
that's what
two
he
things.
said.
Exactly, right? All right. So, what's different?
oh, I can't describe it.
So there is no real difference.
I can't describe. He's with you for about 5-10 minutes.
Okay, so is he apart from you otherwise? Are you separate from God otherwise?
You're with his presence.
Is he not present with you?
His
otherwise?
physical presence.
He's not present with you otherwise.
His physical presence is with you, physical and spiritual.
Wait, when you
I had someone at the door.
Oh man, we missed you so much. We were like, where's Sale at? That's cool, Michaela. It's an interesting story. Like, could I tell the difference? Like, if I were there, like if I got invited to your church and I watched you guys all like line up with costumes. Sailor, you got a lot of background noise.
Have you ever done that to Honey Badger?
Yeah, I've been present for that.
You have? Why, were you raised Catholic or what?
I wouldn't say that, but I have been through CCD and I've done confirmation.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm very well, Catholic church. Yeah. I've been to Catholic weddings.
Yeah, you went through CCD, but you weren't raised Catholic.
Yeah, and I didn't decide to get confirmed because I thought it was stupid.
Yeah, you probably had a bad teacher.
No.
Catholicism, Michaela. I was exposed to Catholicism, received communion, went to Mass on a regular, and was a non-believer. I even went to a Catholic school for 2 years as a non-believer. And I can say I.
Guys, GoFundMe just for like one last weekend. Okay, if I was a white guy and I told you the cure for your existence, would you believe me? Or are you gonna ring his phone? What we should do and got snatched, like legitimately, we should do a crowdsourced vacation. So we all put into.
What up, my friend? Oh, I got some content for you. Listen to this one.
Oh shit! Wait, I got. Who?
Oh shit! Oh,
No, that would be cool, right?
Oh my, it's.
No, I know. I'm not asking for magic. However, like as a non-believer from a young age, I just play along only because to appease my mom. So that's all.
Right. You probably won't do anything if you don't believe.
Therefore, it's a mental concept. Thank you for saying that.
It's not meant to give you a feeling. That's interesting. You were in Mexico?
Like, it's so fucking ridiculous.
Nah, she right about me today. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm sorry.
2026 Lion, don't talk to me. Damn. Like, go talk to your wife.
You never to talk to me again.
Talk to your wife. All you do is talk like that.
Okay, I'm going to read the donation quickly. Sage blended with others, and all was done through the primal simplicity. People lived in innocence. When the great fragmentation replaced the great integrity, cleverness defeated wisdom. Even some enlightened sages became victims of the rulers, commanding the highest intrigue. Commentary: two eras are contrasted. One, ancient times, Before there were castes and classes dividing human beings, and when tribal people lived in innocence, to civilized times, when the great fragmentation replaced the great integrity, and when the rulers and intellectuals traded wisdom for cleverness. In the second era, the overprivileged has utilized the highest intrigue to gain and sustain power over everyone else. This is verse 66. Wisdom always comes from below. Why do all the 100 of great rivers flow naturally to the sea? Because the sea is always lower than the rivers. When are thousands of people attracted to a sage? When she positions herself below them, always listening, tirelessly responding to their needs, never commanding, never coercing, never manipulating. Such a sage is forever adored, since she treats everyone with love and respect. Respect, humility, devotion, responsiveness, and to always being there to listen to and care for each other. Such wisdom of behavior is such an antithesis to our all too common social relations, which are often characterized by commanding, coercing, and manipulating each other. '67, the three treasures. When most people hear about the great integrity, they say it is useless folly, because it is not like anything in the world we know. They also find it on the contrary. The great integrity has given us three treasures to cherish. The first is love. The second is moderation. The third is humility. If you love, you will be fearless. If you moderate, you might always sense abundance in life. If you live in humility, you will be widely trusted. But you will not have the capacity to love if you are fearful. Even worse, if you are fearless and without love, you will always be courting disaster. If you live in insufficiency, you have no opportunity to be moderate. If you live in overabundance, you not only live immoderately, but are always courting disaster. If no one trusts you, then compensatory ego will preclude humility. If everyone trusts you and you lack humility, you will always court disaster. The three treasures are practical guides to the great integrity. The great foolishness is to live without them. Verse 67, commentary. The three treasures are both expressions of the great integrity, as well as prerequisites for achieving it. They are also interrelated and inextricable from each other. In fact, it is not possible to fully achieve one without also achieving the other two. Love is the primary treasure. It is the very heart of the great integrity. It is our ability to fully identify and empathize with the wondrous beings and entities of this remarkable universe. But love requires a combination of fearlessness and assertiveness, along with caring and empathy. If we are fearful, our timidity blocks our freedom to express the love in our hearts. If we are to all with whom we relate. Moderation, like love, is a natural treasure of the great integrity. It is when competition and extreme maldistribution of wealth replace cooperation and equitable divisions of the community's resources that moderation is sacrificed to greed and insufficiency. Those who live in insufficiency never have the opportunity to be moderate. And those who live in overabundance allow their greed to rob them of this treasure, thereby also courting disaster for themselves and others. Humility is the third treasure. If our lives are governed by our egos, there is no space for humility. The excessive expression of our egos is a compensation for the starvation of our humanity and for our need to be appreciated, and also as a means to coerce others. Lao Tzu says, if no one trusts us because of our inflated egos, we sacrifice ever being able to acquire this third treasure. However, if people do trust us, even if we fail to relate to others in humility, then we will bring on a third way of courting disaster. Lao Tzu characterizes these three treasures as practical guides to the great integrity. He reminds us that living without them is the greatest foolishness, because we thereby deny ourselves the very humanity that is essential to fulfill our lives. The ethics of war. Verse 68, the best soldiers fight without vengeance, without anger, and without hate. Puts himself humbly below his comrades, thereby eliciting the highest loyalty from them. This is the power of the non-belligerence and cooperation. It is the ancient path to the great integrity. Verse 68 commentary. As in so many verses, Lao Tzu focuses here on paradox. Soldiers are known for the vengefulness, anger, hate, arrogance, and belligerence. His ideal soldier transcends these qualities because in spite of his profession, he is on the ancient path to the great integrity. Lao Tzu assumes that in this period, when the great integrity is violated by all nations and civilizations, war is an ongoing part of the normal misery of life. However, he differentiates between just and unjust acts of war. War is justified only to defend against acts of aggression, and even then, only if committed without anger or hate. There is a story that Ram Dass tells about a famous Japanese samurai who was murdered by a violent criminal. The samurai's disciple vowed to rid the world of this evil man so that he could never murder anyone else. It took him years of searching before finally. The samurai drew his sword, and as he was about to fulfill his vow, the criminal spit in his face, which of course made him very angry. He placed his sword back in its scabbard and calmly left the room rather than kill someone in anger. Verse 69, in war the defender will be victorious. There is a saying among those wise in military affairs, we do not act as host, taking the initiative, but would rather be the guest, assuming the defensive posture. Rather than advancing 1 inch, we prefer to retreat 1 foot. This is called advancing without moving, rolling up one's sleeves without baring one's arms, fighting without weapons, capturing the enemy without attacking. There is no greater disaster than boasting of one's invincibility. Such boasts lead to the loss of the 3 treasures. Therefore, when 2 opposing sides meet in battle, the one without an enemy will be victorious. Verse 69 commentary. Lao Tzu reasserts his position that the only justification for war is defense, and that those who defend themselves against aggression will ultimately be victorious. Those who are the arrogant aggressors will not only ultimately lose the war, but will also lose the 3 treasures of the great integrity. Verse 70, so easy to understand and practice. The great integrity is easy to understand and easy to practice. Yet it is not understood, nor is it practiced. It is not understood because people's heads are filled with 10,000 trivia and rationalizations, leaving no space for anything else. It is not practiced because people are busy and bored with the 10,000 corruptions and miseries that leave no time for the 3 treasures. The great integrity is so ancient, as old as the universe itself. How can we expect people to remember it after so many millennia of repression? That is why sages dress in rags, while they wear the 3 treasures deep inside their hearts. Verse 70 commentary. Lao Tzu points out here that the great integrity is not understood because our heads are filled with trivia and rationalizations, leaving no room for knowing the natural world. It is not practiced because most of us are caught up in the superficial and unfulfilling activities of Clubhouse. Lao Tzu also reminds us of a further difficulty in understanding and practicing the great integrity. How can we expect people to remember it after so many millennia of repression? Verse 71, healing the mind. Academia confuses knowledge with knowing. Most everyone applauds the memorization of the 10,000 trivia. Beware. These schooled addictions are not just myths. They are a form of mental illness. Any fragment of the mind divorced from heart, spirit, human community, and from the primal reality of the universe is an abomination of the great integrity. Let us prepare for the great integrity by cleansing ourselves of all cobwebs, of cluttered fragments that paralyze the mind. In this way, we will function as our own holistic physicians. Verse 71 commentary. Although the main intent of this verse is kept intact, some liberties have been taken in the identifies the memorization of facts, not only as violations of the great integrity, but as a form of mental illness. We need to be our own holistic physicians to heal our fragmentation, our fragmentized minds, so they can join our hearts, spirits, human communities, and primal reality in the great integrity. Verse 72. Comparing coercive power and the empowerment of the great integrity. When people no longer fear the power of governance, far greater empowerment appears. The great integrity, which never needs to enforce itself. Then we will never again be driven from our homes or be compelled to labor for the benefit of others. We will all, and to meet our community needs. In the great integrity, we will all love ourselves and all others, not as compensations for ego deprivations and defilements, but as natural expressions of our humanity. Verse 72 commentary. Here, as in verse 71, the translation follows the general intent of the verse while expressing it in more modern terms. Lao Tzu compares life as experienced through coercive power with life when all people are fully empowered by the great integrity, that is, the freedom to fully love and serve oneself and all others as natural expressions of our human natures. Again and again, Lao Tzu returns to the basic proposition that our coercive way of life is an unnatural violation of the great integrity and our essential humanity. However, celebrating each other as natural expressions of our humanity. The entire Tao Te Ching is an affirmation of this premise. Verse 73, courage and patience. The world we live in requires great courage and patience. Those with great courage but little patience tend to kill or be killed. Those with great courage as well as great patience will tend to survive. But the great integrity never judges you for whatever path you happen to take. The great integrity never strives, but always fulfills itself. It never is commanded, but always responds. Never is summoned, but always appears. Never is impatient, but all is done on time. Verse 73 commentary. In this verse, Lao Tzu looks at life from 2 points of view. In the first stanza, he observes that because there is so much misery and conflict in the world, we must acquire great courage and patience to survive. When we acquire both courage and patience, we might survive. But until we acquire the great integrity, the world will continue to generate misery and conflict. When we acquire great courage but lack patience, we endanger others and ourselves. He further observes that whichever of these survival mechanisms we use, the great integrity does not pass judgment upon us, because each of us utilizes whatever defenses we have against the social condition we have inherited. And because blame and guilt are alien and indeed toxic to the great integrity. In the second stanza, Lao Tzu observes the paradoxes of the world after we transform it. Then, living in the great integrity, we will fulfill ourselves naturally. We will respond without being commanded. We will appear without being coerced to be in any given place. And we will accomplish everything we need to do without being driven by that impatience which now originates in our being out of harmony with the very processes of which we are a part. Verse 74, ruling by fear. People do not fear death when they are forced to live in hopeless misery. Thereby the executioners are no threat to fearless rebels who dare to make trouble. They might even execute the executioners. But people do fear death. They do not defy the executioners at first. But how long can the killings go on before those who fear death also become fearless? Then they too might execute the executioners. By that time, the only ones left who might serve as the executioners would be the people themselves. However, it is said that those who hew wood in place of skilled carpenters are likely to cut their own hands. Verse 74 commentary. The ultimate problem for those who rule by fear and force is created when the rule produces such misery and hopelessness that the victims no longer fear death, because life itself would become worse than death. Then the people rise up and rid the world of the professionals who are paid to keep them in misery. When there are no longer professionals to keep the people victimized, then the rulers are forced to bring some of the people themselves to the dirty work. But Lao Tzu reminds us that this won't work so well, because not being professionals, they will be more likely to hurt themselves than their own family and friends. Verse 75, who can enjoy the treasures of life? Why are the people so hungry? Because the grain is devoured by the rich. Why are the people so rebellious? Because the government deprives them of their liberties and rights. That's why the people are rebellious. Why do the people not fear death? Because their lives are made so miserable that death seems no worse than life. Thus no one enjoys the treasures of life, neither the rich who squander their humanity, nor the government which tyrannizes the people, nor the people who have nothing to gain from life. Verse 75 commentary. The translation here follows the original very closely until the last stanza, which I believe successive translators may have altered to mystify the entire point of the verse out of fear of the consequences of open Red Mansions Publishing in 1998 provides a character-by-character translation of the last stanza as, for those who do not use their life to act are able to value life. Jonathan Starr's version, Tarcher Putnam 2001, is, and the treasure of life is missed by those who hold on and gained by those who let go. Clearly, what this verse asks and answers is why people are starving, rebellious, and do not fear death. My departure from the last line of the extant Chinese text is to avoid its irrelevance to the rest of the verse. Verse 76, let yin predominate. Let yin predominate. When we are born, we are soft and supple. But when we've perished, there's no more tenderness to be cherished. When plants are young, they are pliant and fragile. When they die, as they lose their green, they wither and dry. The sharp sword and knife tryst always with death, while love without strife is an ever devoted disciple of life. An inflexible army seals its own fate. When a tree branch grows brittle, it easily snaps, whether long or little. Wherever you go, the rigid lie low. This verse, like verses 542, 45, 77, elucidates the Chinese law of opposites. Yin and yang, soft and hard, accepting and blaming, peace and war, harmony and antagonism. The verse is a gentle metaphoric knock on the door of our consciousness, implying that hardness, flexibility, war, and coercion are not the nature of reality, but just the nature of our current social reality. Instead, we can make our lives peaceful, gentle, loving, flexible. This verse also suggests that every extreme eventually turns into its opposite. Yin turns into yang, and yang into yin. The entire evolution of species may be seen as 5 enormous evolutionary transformations. From our yang origins of life in the seasoning of yin plants, always rooted somewhere, to 3, the transformation to complex yang sea fishes and then land animals, to 4, the development of more yin human beings living in communal clans and then tribals, and more or less in harmony with nature. 5, the birth of yang human beings in fiercely competitive groups, cities, states, countries, religions, ethnocentricities, egocentricities, all manner of hostilities and animosities. If we are going to survive the extreme forms of violence we have now coupled with extremely high developments of technology, we need to enter our next, and probably for us human beings, a final evolutionary transformation as a planetary, totally cooperative species who once more harmonizes with nature, with each other, and within ourselves. However, our transformation to the yin experienced before. The prophetic wisdom of Lao Tzu relentlessly focuses on the shift in dominance from yang to yin, aggressive to yielding, from hard to soft, from war to peace, from hating to loving, and from hostile, aggressive nations to a great universal integrity. How unbelievable that it has taken us all these 27 centuries to make this theory Tao, in practice Da, our guidebook Ching, to the first evolutionary leap that has ever been possible to effectuate consciously. Thank you, Lao Tzu, for creating our guide to the theory and practice of the great integrity. If we follow it, all future generations will honor you and us. However, if we fail to create an to honor either you or us, okay, I'm going to take a break here.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9, 9, 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not the deepest breathe of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10. Do not seek the truth, only abstain from views. Do not dwell in views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no arising, then everything is without blame. No blame, no things, no arising, no harm. The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject ceases. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. The object. If you want to know these truths, their origin is one emptiness. objects, not disliking the sixth sense objects, turns out equal to perfect awakeness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different. Ignorance leads to preference. Not to pursue them. Slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind, there is no arising, and everything is without blame. No blame, nothing, no arising, no mind. The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject sinks. The object is related to the subject. The subject is related to the object. If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contained. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt, now in haste and too late. Grasp beyond measure.
Okay, this is Dao De Jing. Verse 77, two opposite processes. The way of the great integrity is like stringing a bow, pulling down the high, lifting up the low, shortening the long, lengthening the short, to take from the excessive and give insufficiency support. How opposite to our social norms, which increasingly impoverish the rich, who don't need any more. How can we gather the world's wealth to create abundance in need? Through rediscovering the great integrity by acting without praising the deed. Verse 77 commentary, the great integrity always balances yin and yang, diminishing the surplus yang, to normalize the deficiency yin. The process of the marketplace is opposite. Selfish beyond bounds, always forcing the poor to create more wealth for the wealthy. As the last stanza implies, rediscovering the great integrity is the key to Verse 78, appearance and reality. Nothing in the world is softer and weaker than water. And there is nothing better for subduing a wool that is harder and stronger. Everyone observes how weak overcomes strong, how gentleness overcomes rigidity. Yet this principle is seldom put into conscious practice. Though some may say it is useless to accept responsibility for the calamities and toxicities of the world. Taking such responsibility might put us on the road to the great integrity. Just remember that truth often masquerades as falsity, and falsity as truth. Verse 48. There are three juxtaposed paradoxes here. That water, which appears to be softer and weaker than anything else in the world, can subdue the heart overcomes rigidity. Yet this principle is seldom put into conscious practice. Most of us resistance to our desires and needs. 3. That even though the calamities and toxicities we are subjected to in our daily lives come largely from the social conditioning we inherit, this condition might appear to be nothing we can do anything about. Such an assumption may be false. Although those who hold the power keep blaming and bleeding the people, the violated great integrity blames no one. Once achieving the great integrity, we will all function with a pure heart. Verse 79 commentary. This verse is a continuation of the previous one, which also proposes that taking responsibility is an alternative to blame. Here the emphasis is on the toxic effects of harboring resentments. The verse also differentiates the present situation applicable both for Lao Tzu's time and our own, in which injustice prevails, from the future when we will again experience the great integrity. He also reminds us that as long as our social condition remains toxic, blaming those who blame and who take advantage of others only adds to the transforming our lives. Let us fashion small states with few inhabitants who, without stress, can produce more than they require, who are so happy with their lives that they have no thought of migrating elsewhere, who inherit weapons and armor, but no need to use them, who return to honest forms of communication and the simple enjoyments of an ecological way of life. Although these states states his utopian dream for a transition world of small non-competing states which produce all their needs without stress, and whose inhabitants live so contentedly they have no need or desire to migrate or to invade their neighbors. Today this dream can come to fruition, not by going back to small states, but by creating a planetary village using an ultimate production and communication technology that is guided by a highly evolved consciousness and spirituality, all of which were beyond the wildest dreams of Lao Tzu. Verse 81. This is the last one, the paradoxes of life. We made it through the whole book. I think it took me like 3 months to read this particular. But I stopped reading it. And this girl that I was dating, she wanted to borrow it, and I was like, nah. Because I was like, I'm not giving it to you until I'm finished reading it. And sure enough, she dumped me. And then I texted her something yesterday, and she said, why would you send me this? And I thought to myself, why would you send me that? Okay, this is verse 81, the paradoxes of life. Profound words are not clever. Clever words are not profound. Wise people are not quarrelsome. Quarrelsome people are not wise. Those who are intelligent are not ideologues. Those who are ideologues are not intelligent. The enlightened never hoard anything. The physician of the universe, who heals without harming and who acts without contention. Commentary. This last verse reminds us of the incompatibilities of profundity and cleverness, wisdom and quarrelsomeness, intelligence and ideology, enlightenment and hoarding. In the last stanza, Lao Tzu casts a final hopeful glance at a possible future when we, the physician of the universe, will heal ourselves. For us today, this final verse is a primal summary of the Tao Te Ching as our wake-up call, reminding us that we can no longer survive by cleverness, war, ideological rationalizations, and with our gross inequities. 27 centuries after technological basis for the great integrity, the potential planetary economy and communications capability of producing and distributing whatever human beings need anywhere on Earth. We have only to transform our completely anachronistic social relations and consciousness and release our long repressed spirituality. Instead, we live in the greatest and most idiotic paradox of all time. We are utilizing the very technologies that can liberate us to create the most monstrous weapons of mass destruction and brain rot that now threaten to murder every one of us on the planet. In the entire evolution, every species except ours has been programmed by its genetics to live in accordance with its own nature. It is only we humans who have evolved as a promise. Since we live largely according to our social development rather than our genetic commands, we fulfill our species' potentials only to the extent that our social development actualizes these latencies. Lao Tzu's message to us is that we do not have to continue to live in contradiction to nature and to our human nature. We can live in accordance with the great integrity. For him, it was a remarkable insight and a utopian dream. For us, we have a choice and not much time to make our decision. Either we find our loving hearts, dreams, and alternatives to our own self-induced absurdity. My friend! That is a good one. Get my other phone. I gotta file my unemployment claim. I have a trial the 13th of the month. If I win the trial, I'll get $20,000. Because I missed the unemployment meeting, the very first one. I'm not kidding you, Zach. Like, when was it? I filed it in June or even before that, in March of last year, dude. I'm at like month 10 of appealing and filing for unemployment, and they've never given me a dime. I appealed to the highest authorities, and now I have a trial on the 13th where they're going to reanalyze it all. And if I win it, it's like 20 grand. So, l'chaim. I'll be right back.
Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11. 10 let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Okay, Zach, any other final words that you'd like to share before I boom this room?
Thank you. I'm complete.
Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. Courage!
I'm just fucking with you. What you doing today, brother?
And I let you slide that out with your fucking money situation that you got going on because it's like, you know what? It is what it is. Shit is old. Nah, bitch. You gonna fucking see. And you better hope I don't get that fucking restraining order on your ass because I can. Stop having, one thing I've been learning, stop having mercy on people that never liked you. They're never going to like you. Stop having mercy on them. Sometimes your granny could die. They don't feel bad. They don't give a fuck. They want your whole family to die. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit what you got going on with your kids. They don't give a fuck about nothing. They have no type of mercy for you. So don't give it to nobody. And that's one thing I've been learning, and that's one thing my friends been telling you. You're too merciful. And it's a bad thing, but it's also a good thing because I have such a good heart that's why I be blessed. There's no other reason why God blesses me so much. It's because of that. It's because of that. Even when I'm at my lowest and I don't feel like doing nothing, God always motherfucking give me an epiphany that he just get my ass up and give me a fucking strength. All the time. That's why I'm always so blessed. Everybody that comes around me always say that, like, yo, you're so blessed. Like somebody even say that, like, yo, sometimes it seems like you got the direct call to God. Like you got a phone line to God. And it's like, no, it's because I have a good heart and I'm really am a good person and I have mercy even for people that hurted me. But it's like, I'm going to stop that shit. Mercy
for you. Ooh. So keep thinking you could harass anybody that's around me. Any single time, like, you was trying to be fucking funny, making up fucking weird lies and shit. Associated with you, if anybody keep harassing them, you could go back to court. You could this, you could that. And in case I know, in case you want to know, bitch, I've been letting you slide for too fucking long. It's associated with. Let you slide too fucking long. Let you take your time with payments. Let you do all that shit. But nah, bitch, you love harassing me. You love harassing anything. And that's like the thing of the funny shit is, you're blocked on you block me on every social media. So why the fuck I don't even really be seeing your shit like that. But it's like, it's getting to the point that it's like, bitch, you want attention, so I'm gonna take it there with you again. And this time around, I'm not gonna be giving you the fucking. That's the only day I'm gonna give you the fucking social media fucking attention. I'm gonna fucking take it there to a motherfucking. You've been fucking playing, and I've been leaving you alone. Too much good shit been fucking happening right now. Too much good shit. Too much shit. Every other day is a new fucking $1 million deal coming in my motherfucking table. Just too much shit. Oh shit.
Hips have a mind of their own.
Bring that over here and put your product like one by one, dear Erica.
I don't need all that stuff right now.
Huh?
I don't need this stuff.
Yeah, but it's still yucky.
I donated this fucking campaign. $400. So yo, good who's Jay Bresca. Not the house of Jay Bresca. Clown World.
Say for why?
Associated with you, associated with you, if anybody keep harassing them, you could. associated with you. And better get your reindeers. Ooh, that was thick. Ew. Sorry, I got my fucking period. I hate it. That's one thing. So this is my, oh God. I hate having my period. You know what? Maybe I should get pregnant again so I won't have my period again. What you guys think?
Yeah.
I just really hate my period. Anyways, I'm off this. And all I'm going to say is, when real facts come out, y'all motherfucking did us. I promise you that. I love you guys. I hope you guys have a very good New Year's. And you know what? If your New Year's ain't starting off as how you guys want it to be, just remember, y'all got a fucking 12 motherfucking months to get y'all shit together. Things are gonna be alright. And remember, prayer with no movement is just noise. Okay? Don't be praying to God and shit for a job and you ain't motherfucking looking for one. Don't be praying to God to get you. Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm fixing my lashes. All right. Goodbye. Ask your fucking lawyer.
This is the world's biggest. This is the world. This is the world. What's the most absurd thing?
The Simpsons predicted the we can live in the freedom to fully allow
or be God at the same time?
His will and his word.
And her husband at an event, a fundraising event, is more compelling on how she would be more pro-Israel than Trump. I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Wait, hold on. That wasn't the statement. Just to be clear,
That's what the more compelling is. That's what the more compelling in terms of who would be more pro-Israel. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. so, because that was, you're right, because that was the context. So, this is all I'm saying. How informed we think we are. We still don't know what's actually happening, right? We just know what's being reported. The truth is, we can never know for sure who's going to be better or who's going to be worse. And so for me, I don't want to play that game. For me, it's like our best interest is actually to vote third party. That's our best interest. So
but in this conversation, you said one was better than the other.
I said in one context.
Yeah, World War III, and you included Israel and Gaza. So that's the context we're having. So that was strange. That was kind of strange.
That's
right?
correct.
So this is the context. So this was strange to me. So even though they gave them weapons, Biden put strictures on particular kinds of weapons. They did things with settlements. Trump said he was going to come in and take all that off. So let's say that Kamala Harris was going to do everything Biden did. Who was more pro-Israel, Biden or Trump? I want to say honest, you are.
How we supported. He opposed a lot of that shit. Like, there's policy goals. Like, I don't think y'all really understand government. Y'all just talk to be fucking talking. But I'm gonna go on mute, and I might leave the room for a second because I'm trying not to crash out. And I don't want no more text messages from lady, and I don't want fucking man to put me on mute. So I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all have this conversation because I think a lot of y'all are fucking stupid as.
No, man. Patty's still mad.
Patty.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. Look, Ben, I concede that I was incorrect. Your vantage point is coming from one point, that you were correct on this issue, and that the rhetoric that we was having kind of created what we're dealing with now. Is that pretty much what you're saying?
Going to do, and they didn't believe him because they had a knee-jerk reaction against the Democrats, because they have an expectation that the Democrats are supposed to do everything good and Republicans aren't supposed to do anything. And so when things aren't exactly the way they want, Democrats get punished because they're seen the party of morality and helping, and Republicans are seen as just being there. That's why we're where we are.
All right, well, let me just say this. But no, I mean, during his first presidency, this wasn't. I mean, if you compare his first presidency to what Biden was doing, most accounts. I mean, I've read a lot of this. Biden We disagree with the military experts that said.
Which military expert?
Hey, bro, this has at least been a year now. I can pull the stuff back up, but I'm saying it's at least been a year since I read this stuff. The point is, my assessment didn't come from me just winging it like most. I'm just think this, and no, I'm reading what the experts are saying, and then I'm like, okay, well, this makes sense, and I agree with it. It's pretty much came from that.
Right. Okay. So the guy that was running on annexing the Panama Canal, etc. Right. That's what we mean.
Look, I could see I was wrong about this issue. And Trump is crazy, and this is insane. I don't even understand it. But I actually think some other people are behind it, but I'm not even. You guys don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist for that.
I believe other people believe that he's a puppet.
It's kind of fucking weak sauce, to be honest.
Do you think that's what happened? Hold on. This is why.
That's what I was about to say. To be honest,
you're a goofy.
To really be for real, Van asked him to come join.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's a goofy. It's just weird. These people are strange beings. They're so obsessed with me. It's crazy. Look at the chat. These people.
They don't even know you. What are you talking
about?
about?
He does know me. He knows
so
exactly who I am.
To get to the point of
he knows exactly who I am. He knew he was lying because he's a crazy person.
No, actually, it started with what G was saying is why he really called you out. Remember?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
He wanted you and G to have the conversation, and then it led to something else. That's all.
Yeah, and by the way, what the part I was disagreeing with, in terms of G, when I said the full of shit part, was the element about the Ibrahim Traore and the over there. Shout out to Dumboya, even though I do think Dumboya and his wife is working as an agent, but he's still doing some good things for his country. So let me just say this.
Not Dumboya.
Sure, that's fine. So that's fine, brother. What I will say is about the coup he was talking about, particularly in Guinea-Bissau. I have somebody, a source, on the ground. I don't disagree with what you were saying, G, on that necessarily, but the part that you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, G, you don't believe the particular assassination attempt that recently happened on Ibrahim Traore. Was that your position? I know that was Ben's position, but is that your position too?
Yeah, I don't believe it. If it's an actual coup, there will be...
No, assassination attempt.
No, I do not believe it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Wait, Chief, which one don't you believe? Which one are you talking about?
Trust me, it serves the interest of the government.
Coup. He didn't say a coup, he said an assassination attempt.
January 3rd? Was it an assassination attempt? Is that what you're saying, Al?
I'm asking if you don't know. Yeah, Ben got it right. I asked about assassination attempt. That's what I asked.
I'm confused because I'm thinking about, we were talking about January 3rd. There was a reported coup that everyone was talking about in Guinea-Bissau.
No, right, but you were right. I went to Ibrahim Traore and I asked you about that. You said you don't believe that happened.
I don't believe a coup happened.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
I don't know. I've been missing this because I was on a phone call, but what I can tell you is that we don't know. I think that what Mamadou said was very possible. But how do you know? How can you verify? left on the 16th, Ellen had just had an audience with him in person the day before for like half hour, 45 minutes, and they would not have done that if there had been a security situation. Because she said he was not surrounded by a bunch of security. They had a couple of.
Ben, how often, you said you've lived in Africa, how often are blocks a thing heading towards the, or just in the middle of a day, out of nowhere, they just set up a series of checkpoints with mostly members of the presidential guard securing an area? Like, it's a very common, no need to argue. You guys are going to see stuff. It is in the interest of the government to actually come out and say, guess what, we've caught X, Y, and Z, make them confess on live television or something like that. And even in those instances,
You don't see people protesting in the streets, but you do see, they set up guard posts that weren't there when the first coup happened. They didn't have the checkpoints. But then again, it doesn't seem to be bothering anybody, and nobody's getting shot. So, life goes on, I guess.
I forgot to get my eyebrow pencil. Go ahead, K-Game. Hey, J-Matic. Hey, Ace.
Good afternoon.
Well, let me just ask this. So, Ben and G, you guys have seen no reports, or are you saying you don't believe the reports? Or let me rephrase. This social media post about the attempt particularly from people, obviously Pan-African news sites, etc., about Burkina Faso people being part or celebrating the fact that there was an attempt on Ibrahim Traoré and it was quashed. I can post some links in the chat if you guys want to see them, I guess. I don't know.
I'll read you what I saw.
Careful about the information.
I'll read you what I saw. January 5th, supporters rally in Ouagadougou reported coup attempt. Residents of Burkina Faso took to the streets late on Saturday, following reports of an attempted coup against the country's military-led government. Demonstrators gathered near the presidential palace in Ouagadougou in the early hours of Sunday, vowing to defend the president, Captain Traoré. According to authorities, the alleged plot was coordinated from Lomé in neighboring Togo and involved former transitional president Paul-Henri Damiba. Security forces. The government has not released further details on arrests or casualties, but security has been heightened in the capital as investigations continue. Bro, you know how many times I've seen this shit? Like, in real life? Come on. Yes, I am anti-Russian and Russiaphobe. That is true.
What does... Okay, oh shit. Okay, Dramatic, your mic, you click. What's going on? How you feeling? Happy Monday. Happy New Year.
Happy Monday. Happy New Year also. And are y'all ready for World War III? Everybody, y'all ready?
Oh no. What's going on? Why you said that?
I mean,
We got what?
BRICS against NATO.
No, we praying that thing is chilled down.
It's already started.
It can start. That don't mean somebody gotta let the fuse get popped off.
I was gonna say this. Y'all know why we are really trying to take Venezuela's oil? Does anybody really know why?
We haven't talked about it yet. What do you say?
Well, it's the oil they produce. Like America produces light oil, like light crude oil, and Venezuela has heavy crude oil. You feel me? And that's what they're not saying. They keep saying oil, but it's a certain type, heavy crude oil we have to get imported to America. Is what we need for our economy to,
to survive?
Well, to thrive.
Oh, to thrive. Okay.
Yeah, because we could survive off of importing oil and the light oil that we produce, but certain refineries need heavy. The heavy crude oil has to be refined different in order for you to sell it too.
Right.
So it's way more than just them throwing around the oil world. And y'all can look this up yourself. Just look up who produces oil the most or whatever. This is Canada. The other one is definitely Venezuela.
Okay.
On our side of the world.
Wouldn't Brazil? What about Brazil?
I don't think they do as much as heavy crude oil. That's why Venezuela is going through this, because some marshmallows, because when everything go up in flames, we can eat some s'mores.
That's not funny. Why do you think that's funny?
I like this attitude.
No, I'm just saying, war's been here forever. At this point, all I can do is laugh at it, to be honest.
We mean war's been here forever. We've been at war? What's going on?
America's been at war for the last, over 100 years?
Wow. Okay.
Everything I'm saying is...
What are you eating on?
Oh, I just bit a pretzel. But everything I'm saying is Googleable, so y'all can go.
Okay.
I like Googleable. That's just such an awesome word, by the way.
Yeah, I just Googled if Brazil produces heavy crude. You'd be surprised by the result.
What does it say?
I'll read it for you, brother. Sure.
Yeah.
Quote, yes, Brazil is a major producer of heavy crude oil, particularly from its vast offshore deepwater pre-salt fields, with the state-controlled company Petrobras developing these resources to So it's all.
No. That was facts though, because it's just not a known thing. Like, people think oil is just oil, but light crude oil, and heavy crude oil, they work for different machines.
Don't forget the light sweet crude.
Right. Listen, they're not even the same color. Like, light crude oil is green, I believe.
So they got the brown paper bag. You got the brown paper bag test on the crude oil now? What?
Yes, you actually do. And heavy crude oil is black and it's real thick, real dense. It takes different type of refineries to even break it down. You feel me? But it's needed across the world. That's why China is tripping right now, because they're basically Trump just cut off China's supply of heavy crude oil. You feel me? So
wait, how did Trump cut off the supply of heavy crude oil?
So when they kidnapped that president last Friday,
Venezuela. Yeah, you gotta click on the next video on your YouTube algorithm, bro. Like information is like crazy and complete. You know when it says next video playing in 3, 2, 1, go ahead and click on next video, because like what you're saying is just wrong, brother.
Hey,
So you said everything I said is not wrong.
I have a question.
This
This is Hurricane. Yeah.
That's your invite, because there's only one, too. Go ahead, Carrie Kane. How are you? Happy Monday.
I'm doing well. Yeah, so let's come on stage because I heard some words that I found titillating. I heard heavy crude oil, and then I heard real black and thick. And things like that interest me and some of the people in the room, so I thought I would call. Where can we find it?
Well, in Canada and Venezuela on the north, the Western Hemisphere.
When Hurricane comes on stage, it's never that. Get into it.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Bro, you laugh at everything.
Is that what they
said? When the world is falling apart, you gotta smile at something. You know what I'm talking about?
You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about?
Our president just kidnapped the president last Friday. I don't see how that's pretty
Was that
funny.
Friday or Saturday?
Friday night.
I think it started Friday night, but they captured him at 1 a.m.
But the sad part about it, they said they killed a whole special unit of military soldiers and 40 civilians doing this shit. So it's like, that's why the world is mad at us right now.
Mm-hmm.
The brothers say he from Oklahoma. America dropped bombs on Tulsa, and we still serving the military. I don't want to.
What's going on? No. Stay focused.
I don't understand how black people serve the military when your own military bomb Black City.
Black Wall Street. But believe it or not, a lot of people go to the military just for the benefits. That's it.
And they've been lying to us. You see how they do the military now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, y'all heard what Hexelf said, right? What do they call him? The warrior? I don't know.
He said no fat men with beards, and he said if you
Do you have children, Dramatic?
I got 25 nieces and nephews. I don't got any children.
How old are you?
I'm old. I'm 83 going on 84.
You're not over 42.
I feel like I've been here before, man. No, I'm in my 30s though.
I could tell. You don't sound like somebody who's lived at least 4 decades on this planet.
Okay, your point.
I'm just saying.
Oh, so there wasn't a point, just a statement.
And I was gonna ask more. You say you don't have any kids. You're under 40. I was going to ask you if you're married, but I guess you're not. Are you?
Married to the money.
That's good. That's good. A black man was about his money. That's a good thing. We have a lot of dusties. We have a lot of dusties in here.
All right, see you later. Okay.
You gotta stop the trolling, Creed.
That's not Creed.
I said CC.
Stop the trolling, Creed. We know that's you, bruh.
No, it's
You think CC is Creed?
Yeah, that's Creed.
No. We know
Okay.
CC.
All right. Let him think it. Let him think it.
What? Can we start talking about World War III that's about to blow up half the world?
No, we cannot.
Yeah. For the record, Spiritist man, can you stop blocking my accounts, dude?
Oh.
Because I can't see the rooms, man. You be on stage and like I don't. That's
You don't.
weird.
If you block somebody, they can come up on stage.
I can't see the rooms.
I'm not a mod. I'm never a mod. I can't see the rooms either. I go to the club, and then I go into the room. It's that simple.
Every time you're on stage, I can't. It doesn't. You got me blocked though, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah, it does. All your accounts.
I'm just a nobody.
So I want to
That's a beautiful song.
What do y'all think about us getting after a president though? Like, can I get y'all opinion on it? Breaking international
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. So I'm just gonna be quiet on it because I don't get it. Why are you laughing? Yeah, is it the day on?
I'm just like,
Hey, you just tickled.
and then he said we're gonna run Venezuela, we're gonna run the country. Like, what do y'all feel about that?
He gonna do it. What's going on? What's wrong with that?
I mean, he actually broke international law. Y'all think that's okay?
It is what it is. I mean, what? Like, what you want me to say?
Our Lord and Savior. What's going on, First Lady?
I'll lead you to the rock. Drink from the well that never goes dry.
So y'all think kidnapping presidents is cool?
Dramatic. How long have you been in the room?
And his wife. Like, what does his wife have to do with it?
She's selling drugs and selling weapons, should.
Do you know who his wife is, J-Matic?
No, who is she?
Yeah.
You gonna make a statement?
American have a 50
Rico becomes a 51st state. You have to federal subsidized senator seat and federal benefit. That's so right. American don't want it. Oh, okay. You just
look at your dog. Look at the cutie booty. Is that a girl or boy?
It's a neutralized boy.
That was good, brother. That was good. Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah.
This is your home? It's a nice home. I like the vase.
Yeah, but
is that a chair next to it, like the tree?
Barking. But it's a
do you have chicken feet in your first? Is that chicken feet? Is that fried chicken feet?
No.
What's that?
They say you should never let the dog eat the chocolate and the chicken bone.
No, I'm talking about in your first picture. Is that chicken feet?
No.
What is that? Are you smoking?
Yes.
All right. Check out your page 1. What is that in that coffee mug? What is that? I see lemons, oranges, and then next to it is a mug with.
That's a coffee.
Right. But what is that hanging out of it? Does anybody see this? What is that?
No, that's the. No, you look at it, this one, this planet. It's smell and it tastes like a lemon.
Okay.
Okay. We call it. It's like a boater's hand, but anyway.
Boater's hand.
What do you hear? The Russian or the China? But still whatever you there. But because I live in New York so many times, I study there, I work in there, but I now retired to California. But in New York City,
Puerto Rico is highly Democratic, and that would add 2 Democratic senators and several House seats. So that's probably a reason too.
House seat, because based on the population, but based on the state, they have 2 seats in the Senate. But they can enjoy whatever now, as long as they don't, become Cuban or Venezuela, whatever.
First Lady, I have a clip of the recap of the proceedings today. It's like under 2 minutes. Is that okay? That'd be nice, sure. But okay. Girl, let me cue it up real quick. Give me one.
Do they pay the federal tax? No taxation, no representation. You know, no representation, no taxation.
One is higher than the other.
Okay, I got the clip ready.
Okay, thank you.
Not guilty to narco-terrorism charge. Nicolas Maduro was in federal court in Lower Manhattan this afternoon and pleaded not guilty to narco-terrorism charges. Through an interpreter, he told Judge Alvin Hallerstein he's innocent, not guilty, and a decent man, the president of his country. His wife, Celia Flores, pleaded not guilty to 3 charges. Both wore headphones for translation. Judge Hallerstein asked him to confirm his identity. Maduro stood. The interpreter repeated the question, and he confirmed. Then he waived a public right to remain silent. There are 4 counts against him. 250 tons of cocaine per year moves through Venezuela. The case traces back to 2000 when Maduro was in Venezuela's National Assembly. Prosecutors say he moved cocaine under protection of the Venezuelan law enforcement. As foreign minister from 2006 to 2013, prosecutors allege he sold diplomatic passports to traffickers, used government planes to move drug money from Mexico back to Venezuela. Between 2004 and 2015, prosecutors say Maduro and his wife trafficked cocaine using armed military exports. Maduro is represented by Barry Pollock, the same attorney who represented Julian Assange. Pollock said Maduro had health and medical issues that must address. An attorney for Maduro's wife said she suffered significant injuries during her
Thank you, Tia Andrea, for playing.
Not sure the man.
Raymond.
Okay.
Why don't you turn your mic off for a second? Just for a second. Go ahead. Close your mic. Close it. You can close it. Okay. Thank you. God bless you. Hey Brian, how you doing? Hey Lefty Frio. Thank you, Tandria. Thank you for playing that because I want to know, how did she get banged up? We was talking about that a little bit.
Yeah.
So she had little bad days or something on her head or something. She was fighting.
Well, I think it was, maybe she was resisting arrest. Who knows? You know, they say that she's the criminal mastermind, First Lady.
Oh, so you think she... Yeah. Okay.
But in court crying, like, I need medical attention.
Whew. We're going to have news on this every day. We're going to have a news feed for everything. We're going to always have something to talk about. I appreciate the conversation. Would anybody else like to comment on the clip we just heard?
I mean, I heard a little bit of it, but how do we know those things is true?
We don't.
Well, the things that were reported were discussed in court. So they're part of public record, and you can request the transcripts. So what they're saying is what they said in court.
Yeah, but it's because it's his attorney's job to pay him to be a beautiful man. You know what I'm saying? He's a president. He's gonna have the top attorney for his respected country. So that don't tell us what's factual just because, you know what I'm saying, something was said in court. But I don't think that he was Satan the way that America or Trump is trying to paint him, but at the same time, I don't think he was just this saint either.
Oh, okay.
I mean, shoot, we seen a bunch of Venezuelans. Y'all seen the clips? We seen a bunch of Venezuelans celebrating.
And then the other half was unhappy about how the American foreign policy was behaving, but not in support of him per se.
Yeah, you should go look at Venezuela, the actual country.
Yeah, I saw clips of that too. So now, was it exactly half?
Are you talking about the protests or in Venezuela?
The protest, he said half and half. Was it exactly half? Mm-hmm. Geez, I don't know. I didn't do a head count when I was down there. I'm sorry.
Y'all see a Fox News video just
El Jefe. He was the boss. And so you come and take my boss, I'm going to be upset. He definitely was feeding some wolves. And those wolves is tight right now. I mean, you got to keep it a buck. You know, all the days he did well, the food supply. So those are the people you got to watch out for. And with that, I land.
You know, all gang members feed their people, right? Like you got Mexican cartels who are literally feeding and taking care of the whole entire town. But that don't mean they're not oppressed under the rulership of what they're doing, right? Like they could be making this little young boy be a drug mule, but they paying him and they paying his mom.
Alright, so do y'all know?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what I said. You can add what you want to it.
Well, I want to ask y'all, did y'all know that Venezuela does not use, well, let's say this first. Venezuela has the highest amount of oil in the world.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, honestly, like
yeah, they do. But guess what?
Okay, boom.
Y'all know
that.
Yeah, they do. But now America.
Hold on, wait. Let me finish right quick. I ain't talking y'all talk. The thing is, all right. So first of all, they have the highest amount of oil in the world, heavy crude oil, the most expensive. You feel me? And the next thing is
first thing.
Well, this is the last. Well, this is gonna be the last thing. So the last thing. They quit using petrodollars. They quit using U.S. currency for people to pay for the oil. Okay. So y'all don't study currency.
Go ahead, J-Matic. You got it, baby. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby.
Y'all only know.
Go ahead, J-Matic. Before they start jumping, you just answered your answer.
Let me finish.
There's one currency you forgot. There's one currency you forgot.
As soon as they stop using the petrodollar, look what happens.
It's not what the petrodollar is.
Oh my God. Do y'all even know what it is?
Yes, we know what the petrodollar is.
What is it?
It is the use of the dollar.
What dollar?
In the American dollar.
All right. That's exactly what I just said.
One second.
I don't get it.
Hold on, bro. You gotta let me finish. Okay, so the rules is if you ask a question, somebody's answering it, you have to let them answer.
Hurry up, man. Y'all being childish, man.
You just talked for 3 minutes.
Firstly, I got it.
Man, when I say one thing.
I didn't interrupt you.
You
said, what is it? And I was explaining
the conversation, man.
Okay, am I allowed to speak or no? Cool. So with the sanctions, it is true they were using other currencies. They were also using the dollar. Right? Part of the issue with the petrodollar is petrodollar recycling. That's where the real dominance comes from. Are you familiar with petrodollar recycling? Jay, now I'm asking you a question. Are you familiar with petrodollar recycling? Now he don't want to talk.
Goat, sorry to interrupt, but I
1 second, dude. You're not Jay, bro. I don't understand why you guys do this.
I'm gonna let you finish, bro. I don't want to interrupt nobody and get put in the Google because that's childish. But go ahead.
I'm finished. So are you familiar with petrodollar recycling?
All I got to say, brother.
He's done. Go ahead, dude. You come up here and
the dollar is
that matters about Saudi Arabia. How are they selling their oil? Xi Jinping was visiting Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago, asking if he could buy it with the Chinese yuan. I think this is 2016 or 2017, actually. Maduro said he was going to stop using the US dollar. So his point that he was bringing up is outdated in terms of the status of affairs today. So it was a good response to what he was making.
Just for the sake of, keeping the conversation going, the petrodollar is the new Monroe Doctrine. It's the one thing that nobody can explain what it means, but we still are going to bring it up. Trump said it in his speeches, like, the Monroe Doctrine. It's the big thing, like that's what we're doing. That's the same.
Invaded Ukraine, right? Like, if you look at the trade between, and I remember you saying that, oh no, don't pay attention to the connection between Russia and Ukraine. Russia and China. That trade between those two countries is forecasted to get to 220 billion. They're very much working together, and they wouldn't mind devaluing the American dollar. And that's why Xi Jinping went to Saudi Arabia about this issue. But it's not really relevant to what's happening in Venezuela today.
I opened my mouth and said the words, don't pay attention to what Russia and China are doing in terms of trade.
Yeah. When we were in a big with about Russia and China, you entered the room and spoke up quite a bit.
Wow. I tend to remember things that come out of my mouth, and for some bizarre reason, I don't remember me saying that. That it is a relevant thing.
I said relevant. Yeah.
So hold on. So y'all saying this is not about oil?
What are we doing?
I'm not. Wait. Y'all are saying this is not about oil?
No, many of us believe that oil is a factor, but not the primary factor. We believe that.
Okay.
Okay, so why do you ask questions and you don't want to answer? I spoke for like 4 seconds, bro.
All I said was okay.
Okay, cool. But you said okay like you want me to stop, or should I keep going? I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm not about to argue with you. Go ahead.
Are you smoking weed?
Lord Jesus, now you trying to
sativa.
Come on.
I'm just asking. It sounded like you was in here.
I don't smoke weed.
Oh, okay. I was just asking. Yeah. So speeches about this. He's talked about this. The lack of interest from oil companies that we've seen thus far has been fascinating. It's a high gamble for them to get involved. It'd be very difficult for Venezuela to privatize the oil industry. I believe a large percentage of its GDP came from oil. If they were to privatize it, I don't know what they could do. And the people are already poor and starving, as a sort of a general matter. So I believe it is a factor. Let me give you. Do you mind if I give you an analogy?
Can you, as you're explaining that, can you explain the low oil, where that low interest from oil company?
Yeah, no one's said anything about investing. Even Fox Business, I read an article on Fox Business that said oil companies mum on Venezuela, MUM. You've heard no investment. Someone said earlier there was some former Chevron or Citgo worker that's trying to raise.
I just want to ask you what.
I'm answering my brother's question, though. Can you not listen to it? Go ahead. I apologize for interrupting you while interrupting me. Go ahead, brother Jim.
Well, I just want to ask everybody here, what American oil company was in Venezuela?
Chevron. They had about 25% of the. I think they're about 25% from what is it? PVSD. I forget the state-owned. No. The state-owned Venezuela. They were doing about 25%. It was Chevron.
Were you finished telling your first story? What's going on?
No. It was actually Exxon.
No. Okay, you can have a seat in the goo. Okay.
Wait.
No, wait a minute. I'm asking a question. You were talking. CEO interrupted and asked another question, and then you started answering him.
Okay.
So we're going to listen to me, and we're going to go back to what you were originally saying.
Okay. So yeah, it would be a huge investment. The infrastructure is decrepit. It's a total mess. Extraction will be expensive. Pipeline rebuilding would be expensive. Storage would be expensive. Transportation expensive. Containers will be expensive. And that's all without a country being stabilized in another political situation. So you haven't seen it. If you're interested in it, I know you can read it. And to be fair to you, it'll just be the first line of several paragraphs. Sorry, brother, I got I'm sorry.
Well done.
Goldman Sachs has a report out on it. There's a bunch of stuff that's been out. It's just too expensive. Go ahead, J Matic. J Matic said I was wrong.
All right, man. So when somebody challenge y'all points, y'all put them in the group. Let me get this rule out the way first. Is that how this rule works?
No. You were interrupting me when I was answering the question as a listener. And then you asked me which oil company was left, American Oil Company, and I said Chevron, and you said it was Exxon.
No, I said Exxon is the one that left first. Actually, they got casted out. But, people want to shoot me to the goose.
Oh, hold on. I thought you said which one was left.
That was the first one.
1 second, brother.
That was the first one.
Jay, you got to calm down, Jay. If you want to have the convo with the smart people, you got to chill. We all thought you said which one was left. Hold on, brother. We all thought you said which one was left.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so you said what was the first one out. I actually don't know the first. Come on, bro. Hold on, bro. Cut on, bro. I don't know the first one out because Exxon was there as late as. It was. So Exxon was there as late as 2007 until Chavez got rid of them. I'm sure there were American oil companies that were out before then. So even if you were saying what was the first one that left, Exxon would also be wrong.
It's okay to be wrong, but all I'm gonna say is this, man. Exxon was there. They got a $1 billion something settlement. The thing about it you didn't mention, Venezuela did not pay them.
I know they have I know they paid. Well, they paid it. So there was the initial claim. Well, wait a minute. You didn't ask me about payment, bro. Don't come in here and do the little dumb laugh. You didn't ask about payment. Hold on, bro. This is actually annoying at this point. You didn't ask me about payment. I gave lots of information. If you asked me about the settlement, I don't know why y'all come in here quizzing me like some world exam. You barely got through fucking high school. Come on, bro. It's not funny.
I'm college educated, brother. What are you
need to get your fucking diploma back because you said. That wasn't about you.
Well, I was going to say ICBC, but
No, the joke was y'all supposed to say he went to Rice.
You don't even know about
Hold on, J Matt, it's not about you, bro. It's a joke.
Now you want to get bad.
J Matt, it's not. J Matt, it's a long-standing joke. Calm down, brother.
You were screaming. You're screaming.
It was the joke to get people to say he went to Rice. J Matt, chill out, brother. I'm glad you went to. I think you're a really smart brother. That's why I like talking to you. I love OSU. I'm glad you went to college. More brothers go to college. They should send their boys to college and not just buying guns. If you look at my name, we have a long-standing joke about Rice. We always make fun of Kimberly from there, from Oklahoma. That's why she came up. It really wasn't about you, bro. Don't worry about it. All right? You cool?
Got it.
All right, cool. That's why my name is Ban Rice, bitch-ass nigga Rice. Anyway, yeah, they didn't pay them back, but the other company, I can't remember, I'm blanking on the one, they still owe them like $10 billion.
I'm just letting you know the first one now.
No, Exxon was not the first to leave, brother. Wait, don't do the laugh. The laugh
You're right. Hanukkah is right.
The laugh is, I gotta be honest with you, the laugh is why Hurricane came up and started talking to you. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm done.
No, he asked who was the first one. He asked who was the first one there.
Come up again. Tell me.
I said because of his laugh.
That was nasty.
It was nasty work, brother. I apologize, brother.
Don't forget the heavy crude oil and the big black thick.
Yes, he didn't say it was big, black, and thick.
There's a light sweet black and thick.
Hey, yo!
You missed a lot, brother.
That got spirits excited too. I was on the phone.
So we all thought you said who was left, but even who was the first to leave.
No. His question was who was the in Venezuela? That was
That's not what he asked. He used the word left.
I thought it was left, but I think we're getting. No,
you're saying who was the first one that? Hold on, Jay Maddox. Now you're saying who was the first one there?
words now, brother.
That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
He said left, and then he said the first one to leave. Now it's the first one there. So why was it the first one to leave?
It was the first one there. That's why they were the first one to leave. Hello?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that information.
He's saying whatever point will make him sound right.
It's good. It's good. It's good trivia. It's good trivia. All right. What's next? Anything else?
Hold on. First lady, you always do this. Let's actually.
I do what? What do I do, sir?
You always say, let's move it on, and you went on first. This is actually I can tell you in the back channel, based off what I'm doing at work, I'm going to be doing this for the next 3 days. I'm sorry, it gets me through. It is really tedious what I'm doing right now. I can tell you about all the time, but it's going to
These niggas be holding us hostage, though, Megan. Like, that was what was the point?
What do you mean?
I've been trying to avoid the crap. I already know.
At least at a point.
No!
My mom has gotten so much shit today that I now believe that the Diddy trial was about the oil. It was about the oil. Like, seriously, though. It really was about the oil.
It's all about the oil.
And it's because I had to suffer through this. So now I'm like, I put 2 and 2 together. It was about the oil. It is.
The fucking British were there first. The British, because they're not a powerhouse and a shithole. Now, they get, we don't talk about them, but let me tell you something. They started all this up, y'all. They really did. But go ahead, Brother J-Net. What was the point you were trying to make, brother?
What does the British got to do with the first oil company in Venezuela? Anyway.
Oh, nothing. No, my point was, because she said a trivia. Wait, bro. She said a trivia question. That's how you learn. I said the British were there even earlier. So in a lot of these imperial adventures that America's involved in now, this, Iran, etc., the British were the ones that set it in motion. But because it's a shithole now, we never talk about it, and they're off the hook. But a lot of this stuff was started, maintained, and manipulated by the British. We're just learning, brother. I don't understand why you have to poo-poo it and then do that laugh that gets Hurricane and Spiritus excited. If you need a latte and marinated meat, we can be a neoliberal.
No, we put you on it.
Pause.
Huh? Why? I didn't say anything.
I definitely was a correct pause.
It is not.
Put you in it? Yes, it is.
Just nasty.
Put you in it where? Like,
when you tell a man to put you in it, that's pause.
Tell a man to put you in it. That don't sound plausible to me.
Stand down, bro.
It's fine, whatever.
That was good, Spiritus. I like that. That was good. No, now you mad at me.
I was mad at you from the beginning. What are you talking about? The fact that you agreeing with this pause. Yeah. He doesn't know anybody. You're supposed to.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'm
just joking. Look, he came off you quick, too. I'm playing, J-Matic.
Half y'all didn't even know what heavy.
That's a fact. That's
Can I ask you a question? Hold on. So J-Matic wants to do quizzes. And I had stopped my shit. So since you know the oil stuff, can you tell me what the company ExxonMobil was before it was ExxonMobil, J-Matic? Did you want to do quizzes?
As a matter of fact, they work for P. Diddy and they supply his oil.
What is it?
Johnson & Johnson.
This dude is high as a kite.
That shows is.
He is on Perk 2000s.
He
You
has
ain't about to Google
sexual
some shit. He gonna Google some shit and ask me a quick question. What?
Wait. This is well known. Wait, hold on. You don't know the name of John D. Rockefeller's oil company, brother? And you know about oil? Come on, brother!
I actually did a project on Marathon. So I did a lot of research about oil companies.
Come on, brother. You don't know that Standard Oil became part of ExxonMobil and that was John D. Rockefeller started in the 19th century, brother? You know who Rockefeller is, brother?
You know what? I'm gonna go to Dollar Tree and get y'all some cookies since y'all think y'all right. All right? I'll be right back.
All right, thank you, brother.
So the only reason why I knew the answer is they mentioned it in Sarah's Oil. Great movie, by the way.
Yeah, man.
Damn, you know what? That's what I should have rented instead of that stupid ass Wicked. Wicked was stupid.
Oh, I'm not gonna watch Wicked 2. I don't know why they made the second one.
I wanted to see Wicked 2, but that was not it, huh?
Wicked 1 or Wicked 2?
Number 2.
Oh, I'm not watching that.
Yeah, I don't even know why you watched it. The first one ended.
I didn't. Nobody told me not to. What's
the
going
first
on?
one ended perfect. Why would you mess
No,
up?
they didn't.
They want.
Brother.
We know how his end. We can hear it in the background. I'm done speaking.
Hey, 3 times. One for the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Oh my God. Yeah, shout out for the Trinity. That's nasty. It's nasty because they're all fake humanoid robots. Ooh. So Mike was like, the first one was only half of the play. No, that's true. If you go see the play, the second half of the play, musical, sucks too. It's over. It's over. Yo, if you have little kids or your lady, or little kids and your lady, or if you just like that stuff, and you have a big TV at the house, it's perfect how that thing ends. I'm telling you.
What ends? What happened?
The first one.
Oh.
Or good is the only good thing about.
I was hoping. I didn't like the way it ended because it ended as if she was the wicked one and she wasn't the wicked one. But this number.
No spoilers.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Girl. True story.
Wait, what are you saying? The first one ends like she's the wicked one and she wasn't the wicked one?
Yeah, the black lady is not the wicked one. She's the nice one.
Yeah, but you get the sense that she can turn into the wicked one because you get Wizard of Oz later on. So I don't need to see how she turns into the wicked one. There's not even any good songs in the second.
Okay, all right. Can I get in on this conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so they're very different, the first half and the second half. The first half has the best music. The second half has all the character. I don't like the. Yin and yang. It's kind of difficult to hate on part 2. That was where the meat of the story was. That was where the substance happened. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
So there are people on stage and in the chat who have gotten BBLs, and you just shot at them for no reason. That's wild.
You can't have true love with a BBL, she suggested. That's nasty work.
Am I wrong? Are you gonna pick a mate because her butt is bubblish?
Yes.
Bubblicious?
Well, first of all,
really?
This is wild.
Okay, that's fine. If that's your character, if that's how you that's fine. You got it. Superficial,
Are
Captain.
you crashing? Did somebody leave you?
to go with somebody with a BBL? What's going on? It's sounding personal now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go. I need to know more.
So you can say the story of the second one is more important, and you get it. That's why I would recommend reading the books. But from an entertainment standpoint, it's less interesting than the first. So yes, the music from the first part, and as a goal, you want the good music, dancing, etc. If you want characterization in the storyline, I'd recommend reading the books. Or since it's Clubhouse and none of you read here except your brother and Kimberly Foster, listening to them on tape. There you go.
Fuck off.
Who was that?
Me. Brother.
First lady, listen.
Huh?
To be fair to me, you
And voice privilege. To be fair, no more fairness.
In this attack, which may not just have been to take out Maduro or take out terminology I should be used. Arrest Maduro. And I'll tell you why. They didn't just go in and grab him and his wife in their pajamas in their marital bed and drag them off in the dead of night. There were a number of attacks, at least 7, maybe more, attacks by the United States. Well, what were they doing? There was no regime change. There may be influence over the regime, but there's been no regime change. The regime in place right now, as of this moment, is the same regime that he headed and he claims to still head, even though he who is now the president. The folks running the country, there has been no change. There have been no political prisoners removed from office. There has been no takeover at this moment of the oil by the United States of America. None of that has occurred. But I can tell you what has occurred, and that is that some of the targets, very interesting. A lot of folks are blinded here in the United States to the fact that there are terrorists who are operating freely in places like Venezuela. And they hit some Hezbollah sites, they claim. And they also hit some drone sites where drones were supposedly being manufactured for use by Iran and presumably Russia in its prosecution of its war against Ukraine. So I think that it was not just Maduro. Much discussed. I've been watching a lot of coverage of all this, and I've, of course, been reading a lot of coverage of all this. And what I just mentioned is not being universally discussed. And maybe understandably so, because, of course, the headline is, as it is in this room, Maduro. So that's where the focus is right now. So what is our relationship now with our neighbors in this hemisphere? I'm not so much concerned at this particular moment with regard to Greenland. Oh, by the way, Iran could be next too. Welcome to the stage, Steve. Iran could be next too. That's being speculated, and there's a lot of noise about that. I don't know whether this administration has a stomach to go into Iran. I don't know whether this administration has a stomach to go into Colombia, as it has suggested, or Cuba. One of the most interesting Democratic commentaries that I saw on this was a Democratic member of Congress who was interviewed by CNN.
because there's this chest beating by some about how Congress was not consulted and informed, and he said, well, the president did tell us. We did hear from the president or the administration, but the point is the same either way, because he said he, referring to the president. I don't know whether that was directly or through his subordinates, but at any rate, what this congressman said, we asked him, are you planning to invade Venezuela? He said no. We asked him. They've posted, there's a lot that was posted today, so if you're interested in it, you're going to have to do a lot of scrolling in the chat. But there was an article that said he did not consult with Congress before taking the action, but he did consult with certain oil industry executives before taking the action. That's pretty stunning if it's accurate, if that reporting is accurate. So, as we look today, reporting is accurate. So, as we look today, collectively, Maduro captured, what's next? We could talk about what's next for Maduro. We could talk about what's next. Nations in our hemisphere, as it is now referred to, are we going to rename the hemisphere to our hemisphere, like we renamed the Gulf of Mexico? Maybe. We'll see what's next with regard to labeling. But I will point out, as a Canadian commentator noted, so it comes from their perspective, or at least his perspective, he noted that the third largest oil reserves in the world are in Canada. Venezuela, number one, Saudi Arabia, number two, Canada, number three. Just point that out because it's become pretty obvious that all of this is not about fentanyl, it's about oil. There's no painting lipstick on the pig any longer. We could see that, in fact, it is a pig, right? So with that introduction, I will now open it up to you to comment, and I will start calling people in the order in which I see them, and today that order begins with Scott, followed by Howard.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, the big answer is I don't know. Who knows? We don't know what's next, right? I mean, we have doctrine is now we have a new doctrine, which is very interesting. But yeah, I don't think we know. I was struck by it's quite interesting, you know, that press conference where Trump said we were going to run Venezuela, like we'll run it until they get things back on the ground. And then Marco Rubio, I watched him on two of the Sunday shows, and that was, and they asked him what that meant, right? And it was really unclear. He was saying, well, we're going to pressure them economically. We're going to, you know, and it sounded merely like gunboat diplomacy almost, right? I mean, it didn't. So I didn't, you know, and they asked him directly, "Are you going to run it? Is Secretary Hezgath going to run?" I mean, it was really interesting. So I don't know what's next, right? I mean, is Trump going to work with the sitting vice president now? Was this internally planned? I don't know. I mean, what's interesting is, look, this was a breathtakingly successful and precise military operation, which took a lot of planning. Like, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're rolling something out that's any more precise than the secret health plan that's coming. That's supposed to replace Obamacare. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, also Tom Friedman wrote a really interesting piece in the New York Times about the national security document that the Trump administration just released, and how largely, you know,
Trump's not interested in an ideological war for democracy, but more like a civilizational war, right? I mean, this is, and some of this is just the sense of sort of protecting Judeo-Christian culture and things like this. And so, yeah, I don't know. No, I mean, I don't think anybody can argue that Maduro is a good guy, right? Of course, this guy's a bad actor. Is it going to be better without him? I mean, it's interesting. Jon Stewart did a mashup of things that eerie how the parallels were so striking. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, I hope it's better for Venezuela, but I mean, I think we thought things were going to go a lot better for Iraq with the destabilization that we brought about, and it didn't. So, who knows? We will see, Gary. Those are my thoughts. A big I don't know burger.
Again, as I mentioned, this administration, sorry for the noise in the background, I'm trying to multitask here. This administration is clearly ambiguous in its presentation to the people of the United States and the world, its intentions. Now, this is not unusual for administrations, but it is unusual in terms of the volume. It's not the exception with this administration, it's the rule. So your confusion about the future one of those potentialities.
Well, I will say this. This is not specifically over the Venezuela stuff, but I do think the civilizational concerns, Friedman's piece on the national security document and the sort of civilizational stuff, I am not completely unsympathetic to those concerns, right? I think that there are certain cultural forces that probably would undermine the Enlightenment sort of liberal democratic project as we know it, which I think is a fundamentally a product that owes a lot to the Bible, to Christianity, Judaism, to Platonic philosophy, and things like that. I think I'm sympathetic to that. I think again, like I was saying before, that there's so much precision involved in this operation, and it doesn't seem like there's corresponding precision for the aftermath. It just, that's just, I mean, somebody was saying, I think the New York Post was saying that Stephen Miller might be at the top of his portfolio running Venezuela. I mean, Stephen Miller is not an international relations guy, right? I mean, that's just not in his portfolio. That's not what he does. So, I don't know, Gary. It's all a little concerning to me.
Stephen Miller's wife, by the way, caused a bit of an international scandal over the weekend when she posted a map of Greenland with an American flag pasted over the map of Greenland. It's like, why would you? Sovereign rights, especially an ally. I understand that there may be strategic reasons for us to have greater influence over Greenland and the waters around Greenland than, say, the Russians. I understand that there's competition there, and that is in the national security interest of the nation. But for a wife of an aide to the president to post that, I guess it's a meme, I don't know. I guess she got what she wanted from it. She got a reaction, and I'm sure they're all laughing, ha 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 ha, look how upset they got by that. But I don't think that's very cool at all. Now, she's not the administration. Between Scott and Howard.
Absolutely. So first of all, thank God for the U.S. military and how it executed. That's something that I think we can be proud of. But from a policy point of view, and Scott did refer to Marco Rubio. He was actually on 4 of the morning shows, and he was positioning it as this really wasn't a military operation. This was really the Justice Department executing a warrant, and the military was there to help escort the activities. And he basically said that they had a court order. And I'm just bringing that up because if he's going to use Venezuela, if memory serves me correct, Gary, there's also a court order about the Justice Department releasing all the information on the Epstein files, and it's way past due. So it just makes you wonder. Another episode of Wag the Dog, if you will. And this is just an opportunistic way to take our attention off of that. And I think ultimately, in its business strategy training, the question for the administration is simply they need to answer the question to not only Congress, but to the American people. Okay, we're going to run Venezuela, and there's all these other smoke signals or hints that are being given, whether it's Mexico or Greenland or whoever it may be. But the question that needs to be answered, in my view, is simply what's the strategy? That's the question. It's basically 3 or 4 words. What's the strategy? And with that, Gary, I'll look forward to other feedback and input. I see we're getting a pretty active and heavy stage here.
It was not like just sending a bunch of MPs in with FBI agents and U.S. Marshals to grab Maduro. There were infrastructure attacks. There was communications that were knocked out by the military. That's a military action. There were Hezbollah targets that reportedly were hit. That's a military operation.
And casualties too, right? Some reported
50 the last, I think the New York Times the latest tally that I saw in the New York Times, it may have increased since then, was 50. And many of them, by the way, were Cuban nationals, not Venezuelans. So in what capacity were those individuals who were killed? I don't know. Were they civilians? Were they military, legitimate military targets? Were they terrorists? I don't know. But to suggest that this was not a military operation straight up, because that's a lie. I mean, or are we going to believe our lying eyes? As the saying goes. Thank you, Howard. We'll go to Marshall, followed by Jim East. I mean, you could try to justify the military action, but don't claim that it wasn't, for God's sakes. Marshall, followed by Jim.
So, definitely military action with law enforcement. Under our justice system instead of to get Mo to be tried under a military tribunal. As I understand it, we took out the head, but the second in command is basically as bad as the first guy. The second in command is just willing to cooperate with us. So it's not like Trump cares about the independence of the Venezuelan people from this regime. It's more like about getting Maduro because he
nations to visit, and if they are part of the United States of America, you won't even need a visa, much less a passport, to visit Cuba and Colombia. And maybe even you could cross into Canada pretty soon without having to produce a passport or an enhanced driver's license. Isn't that worth military action?
I mean, we're not going into Canada. It's just silly. This is never going to happen. Canada's one of our allies. Maybe we go into Mexico, which I don't want. I think is just silly. But we're not going into Canada. We probably won't go into Mexico. I hope we don't do the 1890s all over again, where we take Cuba and make it territory. I just don't see that as a good idea. But I will echo what Howard said. The military operation was impressive. Very impressive. So I'll leave it there. I don't necessarily. As I said to several people, the American imperial presidency is back. It was last exercised under Richard Nixon, and then prior to that under Teddy Roosevelt. So the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary are both imperial, and they're both being used to justify this action.
I will correct you, sir. I will correct you. I will say that it happened under George H.W. Bush when Manuel Noriega was removed as the president of Panama.
You're right, although historians don't count H.W. as an imperial president.
Well, it certainly was the same kind of imperialistic action as what we're seeing today. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Jim East, followed by Hermes.
Hey there, Gary. Hey, everybody. Remember the old game Risk? Back in the 70s?
Loved it. I love that game. My buddies and I played it all the time. Well, that may be how they plan these things out at the Pentagon. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, Hanson will correct that assumption in a moment, but go ahead.
So here's the thing. I'm really concerned because the one thing that Trump said, and he always tells you, he telegraphs everything. He said, why have all this military power and not use it? We should use it sometimes. And he's been using it a lot lately. And one of the things that I heard yesterday, I've had to take some breaks from this stuff because I've got to live and not be stressed out. And so, I heard that the oil companies are not jumping for joy that, they may have access to this stuff. Because from what I hear, it's in pretty crappy shape. And to say, okay, kind of like a dog bringing you a dead skunk.
Of Venezuela, they don't seem to be jumping, as you point out, to accept that.
And you talked about the other countries, and what I'm concerned about too is supposedly Iran, Russia, and China have investments there, and they're not going to move aside all polite and nicely because we took out their leadership. And the last thing I'm going to say is that vice president, who's now president, Donald said that she was all whatever you need, everything's fine. But then when she got on TV that night to talk to her people, she said, no, we are going to remain the country that we are. We're not going to be anybody's colony, and we're going to continue to govern ourselves, and nobody's going to colonize her or whatever. So that's going to be interesting. And then he comes. They're going to take her out. So this is all the things that are fitting in my head, and I'm hearing that now there's refugees going into Colombia, and you're talking about Colombia. Colombia could fall. And the whole thing with Cuba, I mean, we screwed that up so many years ago. I mean, I hate it because I have family members that were from there, and they lost a lot of property and different things. One of my family members' parents had a newspaper there, and businesses. I mean, it stinks, but okay, we're talking about something that happened in the 50s or 60s. I mean, it's gone, or whenever the revolution happened on. But I just don't. I think this is going down the wrong road, and I think our credibility about Ukraine has just been shot because we're doing exactly what Russia's doing. And I'm done.
Well, we're not doing exactly what Russia. That's not the same as a 2-year-long prosecution of a war against, in an attempt to take over the territory of that country. So it's not exactly the same.
I hope it doesn't become that. That's all I'm saying is I hope we don't go any further than that. But it is kind of humorous about who's running things. I mean, Trump's like, we're going to run everything. And I'm thinking to myself, good Lord. I mean, everything from who collects garbage all the way up to the military, I think it's just another trophy for him. And I don't think he realized what it takes. I know he doesn't even really know what it takes to run this one, much less run another one. But I'll clear the stage. Thanks.
So with regard to the now president of Venezuela, she's got to walk a tightrope. I actually wrote a little bit about that also earlier in the chat. Again, there's a lot there. I'm not expecting. She says from the National Assembly podium, and what she does may be two different things.
Sure.
There are two audiences that she has to satisfy. And she can't tell her people that we are capitulating to the United States, but Rubio's been talking to her. So there may be some deals going on here, and she's allowed to say whatever she wants. It's not her words, it's her deeds. By the way, same goes for the President of the United States.
Right.
Thank you, Jim. We'll go to Hermes, followed by Anson.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone, or good morning. This is very interesting. I'm now in Mexico City, so I am watching the news, from there.
And let me ask you then, Hermes, if I may, is this are there concerns being raised in the media or by officials or just by folks in the street?
Against Mexico. But as you know, the Mexicans are always willing to fight, right? So they're, just becoming concerned about, what he's actually going to do. They know he's going to do something, right? To say that he's not, because for years he's been talking about, invading Mexico and using the cartel as the excuse. So,
you know what comes to my mind, Hermes, as you're talking, and here's the thing: the president speaks in strong terms. Always, he speaks in strong terms about even Greenland, much less Colombia and Mexico, and now Cuba. And then occasionally in Iran. Of the United States military, because both the Iranian mission and this mission, from a military standpoint, were spectacular. Now, I'm not talking about from a policy standpoint. People can argue one way or the other on that. But from a military standpoint, it shows that the United States is not a paper tiger. Our military is absolutely amazing. And I think one of the reasons, and Anson will speak to this with greater authority than me, is that they've pivoted from being, the arsenal of democracy to embracing the technology necessary to conduct whatever mission is thrown their way. But in both cases, it was a very limited strike. We didn't go into Iran to change the regime. Control. So it would seem to me, and I'm curious your thoughts about this, I think the president is more form and less substance when it comes to all of this.
Well, I know these two things for sure, that the UN, a top official from the UN, has already condemned our actions in the US, right? Trump's actions. And all of Latin America. I'm watching the news channels here in Mexico, and they're interviewing other Latin American country leaders, and everyone's condemning it. It's like he was wrong. And so that means a lot when you have half of the planet saying, hey, this was wrong. But thank you, Gary, for the mic.
Of course, remember, more than half the planet always says that Israel is wrong. And from my perspective, generally speaking, saying that I wouldn't judge this based on what some of these other nations are saying. I think from their perspective and their own self-interest, if I were them, I would be saying the same things that you hear them saying now on the television there in Mexico. Thank you, Hermes. We'll go to Anson, followed by Steve.
I'm going to offer a very limited view, and that is, and I'm going to go back just briefly into history during my time, Vietnam and post-Vietnam, and what the military was trying to do after Vietnam. At that time, in the 1980s, we still had a two-ocean strategy. The national strategy was a two-ocean strategy where we would have the force structure to conduct two major wars, one in the Atlantic and one in the Pacific, and one limited war. That was the national strategy that drove military procurement, training, and so forth during the time, up until the time I left the Pentagon in 1980. During that time, the argument started to become, no, that's beyond what we can do, which I totally agree with. And discussions of what became a lily pad defense, and that was a term that was used in the 1980s and 1990s. And that was, we would have the force structure, training, and operational ability to conduct multiple limited wars in various much smaller locations. And what we are seeing now, some 40 years after on the part of the United States, that we have the military capability to do that. Now, more recently, after 9/11, culminating, and that was after my time in the military, but during that 25 years, culminating in what was the absolute disgraceful military process of a retreat under fire from Afghanistan, I was very, very concerned about our military's ability to fight anything. And I still have some of those concerns. But the ability to conduct a raid against bin Laden under Obama, and now, post-Afghanistan, the ability to conduct the strikes in military that is untouchable in the ability to do those types of operations. Can we defend against such operations against our interests around the world? That's yet to be determined. But I suspect we still have that capability too. So I have deep applause for the professionalism of the United States military, particularly post-disgraceful lack of competence during the Afghan withdrawal. And I offer the point that is a huge advantage for the United States, that we have that capability. How we use it, when we use it, should we use it, I leave those arguments to those that want to engage. And as far as what's going to happen next, Scott's got it right on there. The world that has an accurate understanding and a clear path forward of what's going to happen next. It's going to be chaotic, and who knows what's going to happen. And I certainly wouldn't hazard a guess as to what that might entail. Thank you.
Thank you, Anson. Had a lot of perspective. Appreciate that. Steve, followed by Barbie.
What happens next? That's the question.
First of all, I interrupt you to ask you, how are you feeling? Because I know you were down with the COVID.
Yeah, I'm still very weak, and I got some other issues I won't get into that might even be a little more serious than the COVID, but we're fighting through them, Gary.
Well, as you know, we're all with you there, Steve.
I appreciate it. I really do. Barbie, I appreciate that. Kind of right. I think we're in this kind of netherland as to where it goes. The interaction between Rubio and the vice president that's just taken power, how much pressure is being applied. Now, one caveat, though, Gary, I'll throw into the conversation. When Bush went into Panama, he did not consult Congress. He didn't consult them about going in there.
Right. There are a lot of similarities, but there are some differences, but you're correct on that point.
Yeah, so, the Congress throwing a bit about not being consulted, and by the nature of the operation, I think, secrecy is paramount to operational security there. So I don't think that type of thing, if you're talking about a full-scale invasion, I think that's different. People can see the tanks lining up and those guys there that went in and done that, my God, it's been so many years ago. I used to know a guy that was part of that unit that retired, and these guys, the Delta Force over there, let me tell you, these guys are the real deal. They're the real deal. They're about as hardcore as they come, and things they pull off. And there's things that I've found out about that never ever come to the news from Delta Force operators that I've known through the years. So, this is a very, very capable unit. But, here's one thing I'll throw into the mix, and I'm not sure it was primary in the consideration for what we done, But I think there is something to be said here that if you are accurately delineate that. I do know that we've had for years, kind of a wink and nod relationship between a lot of governments and the drug traffic going into the United States. And I don't think as a sovereign nation that you can play both sides of that and not expect some kind of repercussions from it. It kind of comes with the territory. So I think we're in a very volatile state. I think the relationship, Rubio and this new president, and how this dance between them unfolds, I think will dictate action and events. I think one of the things that, I've heard people say, well, why put her in there? Because she's just as bad as Maduro. I think one of the things that's probably being calculated, the utter chaos that came from a wholesale replacement of administrative structure. I think they're probably trying to avoid that. So I think it becomes very complicated in that sense that there'll be some weaving and bobbing in these negotiations. And like you said, the lady she's got two audiences she's got to talk to. She's got to talk to the people that she doesn't seem like they're capitulating totally, and then she's got to look at the pressure she's receiving from the United States. I would not want to be in that position. But that's my take on it, Gary.
Yeah, you mentioned Noriega. There are some similarities, but there are a lot of differences. One of the differences is the opposition, the legitimately elected government, was put into place. The situation, making it more difficult for the newly installed president of Venezuela to do her job when he keeps making these comments. The United States controls Venezuela. How is she supposed to navigate her position domestically with him making these kinds of comments? If it's true that she has agreed to be our puppet, don't be bombastic about it, because I think you make it more difficult for her to be our puppet if you do so, if in fact that's the case.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's messaging here and how it's conveyed is critical, and you could, even the words and how you do it, the box you paint this woman in could create problems in and of itself. But the people of Venezuela, they had their election stolen from them too. There just said no. So, there's the people of Venezuela has been put. Says you're going to do it our way, or we're going to come down with our thugs and make you do it our way. So, basically, a bigger bully's come into the block and said, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to do it our way. So, there you go.
I feel badly for them, because on the one hand, they are under the thumb of the communists, and now maybe they're under the thumb of the imperialists. I mean, I don't know what else you can refer to the United States as right now. I could be wrong. I could be cut off at the knees and called shorty for saying that. The president is now suggesting that we can intervene in Greenland. So, I mean, the President of the United States is saying something in the context of this, that we have become an imperialistic nation. Maybe we have been all along and we just don't want to look in the mirror. Barbie, followed by Beth.
Hey, hi guys. I have a lot of thoughts. I do see that Dianela is on the stage, so I'm very excited to hear what she has to say. She is Venezolana, so she's insight, I think. There's several points. One is that one of the points that I've seen a lot in all the Spanish social media and my friends from Latin America, and et cetera, that, is the fact and the comment that you don't see Venezuelans inside of Venezuela celebrating. Not that they're not relieved, they're very relieved. They're so happy to have this guy gone, but they cannot celebrate because the regime hasn't changed, because of the fact that it is business as usual. Pretty clear, and I shared this in the chat yesterday in an article, that the fact that this went so smoothly, I mean, I'm sure the military, they did an exceptional job, etc. But I'm guessing this had a lot more to do with the CIA and with intelligence, just telling these, telling Venci and whoever, hey, making them an offer they could not refuse, and therefore it couldn't have been very hard to find him in bed in his house. It's not like he was in a bunker. And I'm pretty sure that somebody was told to stand down, and I mean, my concern.
Which is sure about a lot of shit. Barbie, you're not sure about nothing, bitch.
Anecdotal evidence, people.
I'm sure.
Little old ladies having.
I'm sure people are sure about what they think they know.
Because of the attacks. So, the truth is that. He's pretty upfront about the greed that's involved in all of this, and but the fact that he made the comment about Maria Corina Machado, saying that she didn't have the support of the people, but then Delcy and Maduro, he clearly didn't have the support of the people. Otherwise, why would it be necessary to violently extract him? So what's really sad is to see him lie this way. Steve, you had it right. It was around 69 to 31%, I think, the vote. And even though Maria Corina wasn't the candidate, the fact that that Edmundo Gonzalez got that much of a vote had a lot to do with her. And again, and I can clear this up, but my understanding is she's very popular. It is really, really just greed, and you can say the imperialist presidency is back. It's never actually gone away. I mean, it's just more blatant now. But as far as U.S. intervention in Latin America, it has over 41 times in the last probably 100 years or so, and that 41 times is only times. What they're counting in that, I can put some links in, is times that the existing regime that was overthrown would have survived had the U.S. not intervened. So this is pretty much, 1823, of course, with the beginning of the Monroe Doctrine. 1835, Peru. 1846, Mexico. 1855, Nicaragua. Panama, 1856. It goes on and on. 1890. Costa Rican American. And I cite this often here, Rios Montt, Guatemala, it was 1960 something, horrific. And then of course there's Operation Condor in South America throughout, the 80s, which saw dictators like Pinochet and others. We have regularly done this. The United States of America does it all the time.
Iran-Contra.
Absolutely. Yeah, back and forth. It was a ping pong situation there. And what happens is I always say, fear creates what it fears. One thing is that here in the States, it's a constant manipulation of conservatives with, oh no, the communists, the socialists, they're evil, they're terrible. We have to do everything possible. But it's, ultimately that's that's the excuse for going into all these countries and then being extremely repressive, extracting whatever, riches we can from that nation. I get it that the United States has to survive. I do understand the sort of chess playing, but there was a time when, to quote Reagan, it was a city, a shining city on a hill. There's no one, I don't think anywhere in the world anymore, that thinks of the U.S. as a moral leader. And it's just not there anymore. And I think that with, in Latin America, one thing is, we most countries are not excited, don't want communists in charge. But we have actually, I won't say robust, but we do have in a lot of these countries, we actually have communist parties, and they run in elections and they just keep losing, and etc. So it's not this fearful beast that, oh my God, is at our gates and is
aunt, her tia in Mexico. She was the mayor, and she ran on this party, and I had to understand. I didn't know the geopolitical of Mexico, but I was down there visiting, and it's basically the Communist Party. It's the Communist Party with the capital C. But it was for sure a socialistic party, and on one of the walls in the house, was a framed picture of Che Guevara, So, but she was the mainstream, repeatedly elected mayor of her town.
Exactly.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Can I intrude real quick?
Who's
no, you have to wait your turn, unfortunately, Nine. So go ahead, Barbie.
No, yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, it's the hype, the Iron Curtain. I remember those things. I remember, the what happened and with the persecution of the Christians and it was horrific. Absolutely, I have no illusions about communism. It was horrific, particularly in general, all kinds of things, right? However, what I'm saying is that sometimes you take the lid off of things and you look it in the eyes, you can understand it, you can deal with it, you can, and so I think that this, we also in America, we're a little more used to things like, socialized medicine. Lots of people have socialized medicine.
Patty, I know you have a rule about not speaking before your turn, but I have to go. I have a room to open. So I don't know if you will make an exception.
Yeah, after Barbie, we'll go to you. Yeah, go. Are you done, Barbie?
Wait, what?
I'm making an exception because she has a degree of specialty on the topic in hand, Nine. Barbie, are you done? I think Barbie's done. Go ahead, Dianella.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm jumping the line, but I have to open a room in 4 minutes.
Right, I understand that, and if you had told me ahead of time, I would have moved you up initially, but go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say what is going on today in Venezuela. They opened the new assembly. They started today, and they'll see, again,
told a very aggressive discourse about defending the country and all of that. But the colectivos, or the paramilitaries, are on the street, terrorizing Venezuelans. The authorities have arrested 14 journalists. So everybody. The situation is actually worse today than it was before they took out Maduro. Obviously, apparently, that's what everything indicates. Is Delcy Rodriguez cooperated with the U.S. government to take out Maduro. But this is also a very dangerous situation because one of the things that kept them together was nobody was breaking the files. They were all in it together. Now that one of them gave away Maduro, they can start fighting with each other. One runs the military, the other runs the paramilitary. So the dates ahead for Venezuelans are very scary. I just wanted to say that and apologize again for everybody.
Yeah, so basically, he was a bastard, but he was our bastard. We knew where we stood. Now there's probably a degree of uncertainty that makes life there in Venezuela difficult. Is that a fair encapsulation of the situation, Diana?
Marco Rubio, Trump said that Maria Corina Machado is not the legitimate leader of Venezuela, and she doesn't have the capability. So after all those years of this lady basically giving it all to Trump, he just threw her he took away the rug under her feet. And when people ask Marco Rubio, there will be elections soon, he laughed, he couldn't answer. Elections. So this is not about democracy again. This is about their own interest and the oil and all the crazy things that Trump is actually planning for Venezuela. Thank you.
If in fact that is accurate and about the oil, it'll be interesting to see whether he does wrestle control of the oil, because it looks right now like he may not. Thank you for that, Dianella. We are now at 5:58 Eastern time, so we will no longer be inviting folks on the stage. But at the top of the hour, we're going into extra time to allow everyone who's already on stage and in queue an opportunity to speak. So we'll now go to Ben, followed by David.
Yo, what are you talking about? I was next.
No, I call people in the order in which I see them on the stage, which may not coincide with the order in which you see yourself. Ben, followed by David.
Hi, Gary.
It just amazes me how people get upset with the moderator for moderating. But, occasionally he must make a decision. And like the President of the United States, when the Supreme Court makes a ruling that he disagrees with, he begrudgingly has to follow that decision. So please don't get argumentative with the moderator for trying to moderate. Ben.
To my turn, I think some of them were not really happy about the action, but they were pretty much, sort of appreciative that it showed the power, the proudness, and the effectiveness of our military action. I think maybe Scott mentioned that, but certainly Marshall mentioned that. It really got me thinking, what is more important to us? The fact that the end result is good, or the way we go there, it should be legitimate and proper. The analogy that I'm thinking is the old adage that I may disagree with what you're saying, but I want to protect your right to say such things with all my might. Some famous person said that. I don't remember who it is. It was just used to demonstrate the importance of freedom of speech. I think the analogy that I raised that is whatever goals accomplished in Venezuela, one of them could be to save the Venezuelan people from the bad government of Maduro, et cetera, et cetera. The fact that we literally just went into the country and took out
basically kidnapped the leader or escorted the leader, whatever the nice terms you want to use, with what we have done. Is that what we want to support or even tolerate, even if not support? I think my answer to that, based on what I'm hearing here, and largely in the media as well, is that yes, we do support that. We do tolerate that. The fact that it's really not a legitimate way of accomplishing, certain goals, whether it's supporting democracy or getting rid of a dictator, that seems to be not on the minds of people nowadays, which I think is a really that reminds me that the Venezuelan people may not think today they're better off than yesterday, assuming yesterday was the day that Maduro was still in power. Again, another analogy that I can think of is cancer. Sometimes cancer treatment, such as chemo, could be even worse than the cancer itself. And this is why I'm going through personally with relatives going in and out of hospitals. Some of the cancer, for example, prostate or thyroid or whatever, it's better left as a conservative treatment without attacking the patient's cancer with strong chemotherapy. I think the analogy for this is that the means and the ways that we are trying to accomplish supposedly a noble goal of helping the Venezuelan people, whether that is even worse than had we not otherwise done that. Obviously, that's the assumption that this action was, Trump wanted to help the Venezuelan people to save democracy. Agreement on that. I think many people have said that the motive may not be that. It may be more of a selfish reason from the U.S. perspective. From that perspective, from that vantage point, I recall, Gary, what you said about the congressman's accusation that Trump did not get permission from Congress to execute this action. I'm not going to call it a war. Obviously, the law requires the president to declare to have a Congress declare war before he or she can engage in war. So let's assume it's not a war. But even this military action, they were surprised that perhaps Trump had consulted the oil executives before consulting congressional individuals. Well, I would say if the congressman thinks that way, then that congressman did not really understand or appreciate fully how Trump runs the government. It is clear branch of the government is definitely the dominant one. The sort of it's not an equal third, in my estimation. Basically, he has Congress pretty much, if not kowtowing to his wishes, but not really objecting too much of it. Perhaps largely because Republicans were in power, number-wise, in Congress. And the courts, namely the Supreme Court, really hasn't been that active in pushing back, even in the face of some clearly unconstitutional actions that the executive branch / the president's actions have demonstrated. So with that in mind, I think if anyone is still hoping that Trump would follow this checks and balance structure of our government and do things properly, consulting Congress, respecting the Supreme Court, like Gary, what you're saying that, even the president, you're discussing the speaking terms, if the court rules well, not kidding me. I don't know what that was, humorous or something. But this is actually reality, Gary. When you're asking after Maduro, what next? I think a logical conclusion would be, to answer that question would be, I don't know, maybe Greenland, maybe Canada, maybe Mexico. Who knows? You know what this demonstrates to people is this. It used to be, for many, many years, at least for the past 100 years or so, U.S. has been a powerful nation in the international stage, but a huge part of that, maybe not the biggest part of that, a huge part of that is the moral authority, the sense of that the U.S. has been doing things that are right and proper. Of course, it doesn't hurt that the U.S. has always had nuclear bombs, Navy, Air Force, military power. I think what Trump is doing these authority, if you will, the shining city beacon on the hill, whatever that Reagan terms. Basically, it is telling the world that might is power. And to be frank, when we're discussing, what a wonderful example of this is to demonstrate that we still have abilities of takeover, of doing things that are powerful, of taking over basically the country. So people are patting on their back saying, oh God, Afghanistan is terrible, it's a shame. Venezuela, yeah, we're so powerful. Is that something we should be so happy and proud seeing that? For one thing,
I think people make a distinction, and it's a fair distinction, that even if you disagree with the action, if our military acts in a successful manner, such as Iran and such as Venezuela, even if you disagree, you can acknowledge the prowess of the military, and that is, as Anson pointed out, a contrast to what happened in Afghanistan.
Well, let me just comment on that briefly. Venezuela, being a great country, oil-rich country, and very powerful, respected, isn't exactly the same as Russia, maybe even China, maybe even Germany. It's almost like having Mike Tyson fight me, if you will, versus Mike Tyson fighting these other heavyweight champions, if you will. So I think we shouldn't really using this as an example to say, you know what, we can do whatever the hell we can do to any country, Cuba, Canada, Germany.
Right, but as I said, I'm not suggesting that it was a good move on the part of the president. I'm not suggesting that it did, and in this case it did. They followed the orders, and they successfully carried out the mission, which was planned along with the CIA for I think almost 2 years. It was a long period of time. I forget how many months they said it was, but it was a long period of time that this was in the planning stages, and they carried it out very effectively, and that's worth our acknowledgement. I got to move on, Ben. But I will say, as you depart the stage, you were thinking of Voltaire, but it wasn't. On this stage or in our previous iteration. The quote is widely attributed to Voltaire, but it was really written in 1906 by an English writer, Evelyn Beatrice Hall, who wrote a book called The Friends of Voltaire, and the quote was meant as a summary of Voltaire's book.
Great room today. I appreciate the comments. So I've heard some analysis with regard to the capture of Maduro and how it kind of occurred without any response by the Venezuelan military, which some analysts seem to believe that there might have been a negotiation beforehand to turn him over, because there's already a lot of pushback here, as we know, by the MAGA faithful and America First not to engage in these types of campaigns that might bog us down along the lines of the way Anson described our horrific exodus out of Afghanistan, which was a 19-20-year campaign. And quite frankly, Venezuela was well poised to mount a response, given the arms and take into consideration this. Take into consideration is that what we just saw, really, if you want to be honest about it and really analyze it, was a coup by the vice president to wrestle control of the country away from the president with the assistance of the United States, even though the United States may have been the catalyst for it. Let's not mince words about this, and it's not being widely discussed. But where was his presidential protection detail? Where were the military that's supposed to protect the president of Venezuela? Did they fall down on the job? Were they sleeping? Did they go out for a smoke break? Or does he not have any protection? Come on, this was a coup. Well, okay, well, I mean, we have examples of failed military operations of these levels. A big blow to the administration, to the Clinton administration with regard to that. And America was souring on these campaigns. So imagine if a couple of our planes were taken out and we lost some of these Delta Force soldiers. I mean, it would have been a horrific, regardless if we would have got Maduro or not, would have been worth the loss of life. So the fact that no U.S. lives were lost is interesting to me, and I think to others. I'm glad we got it without anybody dying, but what's next? I mean, that's the operative question. But 33 civilians died. Some of those are also being tied to the Castro or Cuban government. Cuba has had an outsized influence on supporting regimes throughout the world. They were credited by Nelson Mandela for helping with the lands on their doorstep next. I think that will be the test of whether or not we're willing to lose lives, because Cuba, I don't think, is going to go quietly. They got the ability to do stuff to Guantanamo Bay. So how much of Trump is willing to risk, other than trying to make sure these oil deals go through? And let's face it, there's big winners here on the oil front. And if the administration that is now in charge of Venezuela wants to move forward without any more provocation, then I think these deals are going to get cut. Let's hope that they take care of the Venezuelan people. But there's a history, Gary, of United States obviously flexing its muscle. There's also the response to who Venezuela was doing business with, China being one of them. As soon as you start cozying up to our adversaries and affecting our region, then it appears here. And, I think Americans don't like, as I said in my opening salvo, to look in the mirror. And that would cause us to look in the mirror and say,
well, it's horrible what China is doing, infesting our country with fentanyl without any understanding, and not to support what they're doing, but without any understanding of opium crisis that the West visited upon China. It's like tit for tat.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we don't talk about this, and it wasn't just, Hawaii is another country, another sovereign nation that we took. There was a whole host of destabilizations that we did. We more or less bribed Puerto Rico to not turn into a communist version of Cuba. We took assets from Spain, and we doing business in the Middle East with oil dictators who are you might say, are benevolent dictators, but nonetheless they're not democratic. We never forced Saudi Arabia to be democratic after Roosevelt met with the king and cut that oil deal there. We allowed them to be run as a theocracy. So, I mean, what are we talking about here in terms of what we're going for here? I will say this. That at the end of the day, there are people hurt on both sides of the fence. We do have a refugee crisis because of the failed attempts of these economic experiments, Cuba being one of them, Venezuela the other. So we don't care that these countries take care of their people until such time as they decide, hey, well, we're tired of the West dictating our economic policies, and so we're going to go it alone and try to distribute the wealth the way we see fit. And then that runs into the face of the shareholders. And I heard it argued we like to do business with the 5%, not necessarily the 95%. And we don't care if the 95% get taken care of, as long as the 5% give us what we want and they get what they want. It's business as usual. So I think we got to awaken ourselves to those realities as to why these regimes exist in the first place. Why haven't they been able to build a democratic class? Most men over 40 don't know. This is what your throat looks like when you're... So, anyway, those are my comments. Let's pray for a peaceful resolution. Let's hope other nations aren't impacted. And let's hope no future wars are going to be ongoing to the extent we've had them in the past.
So when you alluded to the possibility of the United States invading Cuba, you didn't use those exact words, but you alluded to it. It made me think maybe if that happens, we will have a greater understanding how some put him down so horribly during the campaign. The president says, well, because horrible things are said during campaign, tough things are said during campaigns. Campaigns are tough. So that's the president's explanation. But if in fact he sees this as a way to influence from his position as Secretary of State our national agenda toward Cuba in a more hawkish manner, then we'll have a greater understanding of why he is no longer in the Senate and is now the Secretary of State of the United States. That's just a theory that I have. Black, white, followed by Dave Lintz.
Hey, Gary. Just 3 points. One is the news cycle and the focus and concentration of the news cycle, and how even you do it yourself every day, have a new topic which distracts us from what I would consider priorities. Over 25 years, we spent $25 trillion on our war machine, 60,000 casualties, 10,000 dead. I'd say that's a pretty big price for America to pay, Gary.
When you say nobody died, you said no Americans died, right? Is your point?
Exactly, Gary.
Black, white. When you said nobody died, I presume you are referring to Americans. No Americans died. Is that what you meant? 100%. Okay. By the way, I'm going to pick one topic a day, and it's going to be my choice on what that topic each day is. But here's the great thing about Clubhouse. You can open up your room in which you discuss what you believe is the more important topic each day if you don't like the one that I happen to choose. And
Yeah, I like your topics. I'm just saying.
on one of them, the guy wrote, are there any other black and white photographers here? Meaning that he's not a color photographer, he's a monochrome photographer. And my response was, well, what about Latin and Asian photographers? Dave Lynch followed by Chris. Did you get that one, Dave? Did you get that joke?
Well,
I think that fell absolutely flat here, but it got a lot of hilarity in the forum. They got it. They got what I meant, Dave. Anyways.
No, Gary, I spend enough time with Jews. I always complain I don't laugh at their jokes. They always say you are not Jewish. So it's normal for non-Jews not to laugh at Jewish jokes.
What?
Okay.
What the hell is that? That is the dumbest thing that may have ever been said on this stage.
Nobody knows what's next, probably not even our administration, to the level of giving some type of insight to the American people that would benefit the American people. So they're probably just going to keep us in the woods as they've done so many times.
So it was definitely like, I don't think it was ever with somebody. It had a tick. I saw a tick by its eye, and I'm like, how the fuck am I going to get this off of this cat?
Familiar with how women look and near my age, particularly to my junior.
It's her filler.
That's what I'm saying. It's the fucking filler. It's the fucking 11. It's like it gives an artificial look that I associate with older women.
Is there a Mr. Haba?
Of course.
Of course.
He's 41, of course. Had kids, 2 kids.
I mean, she's stunning though. She's beautiful.
She's always
it's not
She's always pissed. She's that.
Wait a minute, is her current husband Jewish?
I don't know.
She's married to someone named Greg Rubin. She divorced Matthew Ayer.
She worked at Marc Jacobs.
She's a lawyer.
Programs now under investigation in Minnesota. AJ Jada says the new role.
No, she worked as Trump's attorney.
That's right.
Didn't know that. She worked at Trump National
I know
Health.
she is.
She was his like main spokeswoman when he was going through that trial. The rule of law is being subverted. pissed. All the time. It's really cute. I didn't know that when did she get divorced, Jeff?
1 year before she got remarried. She got divorced in 2019 and remarried in 2020. Seems a little quick.
Yeah. Ruben?
Yeah, Ruben.
Oh no, here it's spelled Reubent.
There have been 11 billion cases of
No, that's not where it's how it's spelled anywhere else.
Oh, this is on Wikipedia.
I see. So this Jewish guy stole her away from her husband.
I think maybe he bought her from her husband.
Oh, it's so strange. They have it one place with an X with a T and one place without the T. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know what you're. I think you're seeing this backwards, bro.
No, you're seeing it backwards. You're assuming she pursued him, which is obviously.
Well, she shouldn't have said anything. She should have said, "I'm married to a nice guy. I'm married in the Catholic Church. I do not believe in divorce."
You don't know the powers of these Jewish men when they want a woman. You don't know.
How you do?
You have no idea what they'll do. You've never been on the other end.
You have?
What they'll do.
You have?
Crazy about women. Crazy.
Crazy.
They want a woman, that's it. You cannot stop them.
You're speaking from
You also
experience?
don't understand how easy it is to pull a married Chaldean because the husbands are jerks.
How dare you?
It's so easy, bro.
And I have confirmed he is Jewish.
Where you looked him up in the central database?
I didn't know about this stuff.
Where did you look him up?
Are you sure Ruben can be a Christian name too?
No,
barely, like less than 1% of it. What's on your PTR?
I'll see Adler before, but now it's me. I'm an anime character.
Oh, there you are. Okay, no, I didn't refresh.
Wait, Chelsea Adler was showing how her face is like the Joker because of Philip. We were talking about. These are the pitfalls of it.
She described herself as Arab American. Would you describe yourself as Arab American?
I don't care. I would describe myself as whatever would be politically correct.
Okay, I asked you, how would you describe yourself?
I mean, you do yell at people when they call you Arab.
Right, that's what I thought.
But technically we're from an Arab country.
Right, but you're not. But they oppressed you, right? Don't you always like to?
I know, but the problem is they stole our culture, and now that's Arabic culture, but it was always ours. You understand?
Yeah, I get it, but I thought you don't want to be associated with them.
No, it depends. On the larger stage, you can't say you're Chaldean. No one knows what the fuck we are.
Alina quickly married Greg Rubin almost immediately after her divorce. Many suspected she started seeing Rubin during her separation time from Matthew Ann before.
Okay, she was separated. Big deal.
I mean, sure.
She was separated. It's not like you're cheating. You don't know what these men can be like, Jeff. Never met anyone like this. There's no one on Clubhouse like this. GPT must be true.
No.
No, publication.
Sure. There was no overlap. How dare you? You could never prove it.
Okay, let's see if we can get actual dates.
Oh. Yakov, why did you go down, weirdo?
Because you're intimidating.
So the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York is going to prosecute Maduro. He's pleading not guilty to drug trafficking charges. And another headline, Trump says they must extract every resource in Venezuela, stabilize or rebuild the country. Mm-hmm. That's what he said when he was on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, it would go a long way to stabilize that country if they had the resources being monetized, at a response.
What was he doing with it? Wasn't he selling his oil?
No, his oil production went down by 70% over the course of the last.
And why?
Because they haven't actually invested and maintained it properly.
What clowns?
What do you want from communists?
They're what?
What do you want from communists?
Well, I mean, they got to sustain their country somehow.
I mean, they used previously was 50-50. So the government will actually take more money if they partner with U.S. or British or whatever petroleum companies, and they're able to double the production.
Yeah,
better for the Venezuelan people.
I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Can't believe one of yours married a Jew. Wow.
I can't believe you're gonna not let this go. I think you blindsided me. Blindsided.
How do you think I feel? I was hoping she was single. Especially now that I know she's 41.
No, she just married a Jewish millionaire. Billionaire? Millionaire.
No, millionaire.
What does he do?
I'm not intimidated by that. He owns parking lot.
Group of Chaldeans would do that here too. Yeah, but he's in New York City. I mean, you can't even compare. He also went to Harvard Business School.
I mean, he's Jewish, of course he did.
They don't all go to Harvard Business School.
That's like going to county college.
No. It's Harvard Business School on Clubhouse.
Me.
I mean, it's not just any Jew. Like I said, cream of the crop Jew, okay. That's okay. Cream of the crop.
I mean, if you're going to cheat on your husband, make sure he's a millionaire Jew.
Who went to Harvard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, why not?
I mean, this transition happened in the middle.
Okay, that's fair. You know, COVID ruined a lot of marriages, by the way.
No, but she was divorced in 2019. It was final in 2019.
Before
That's before she was locked up
locked up with her husband. But she somehow met this great guy while not going out in 2020 and married him in 2020.
When no one
Something
was
fishy.
married.
Something fishy.
How dare you? Oh no. No, she probably knew him and like whatever. Why couldn't you just leave her alone? You could have just left her alone, bro.
I think you want to focus on him because you're Semitic.
No, it just can be hard to resist. He's never been on that end.
And she also had a private wedding because it was not.
Jewish guys. It happens. It's usually the Chaldean woman marrying the Jewish guy, though. It's not usually like a Chaldean guy marrying a Jewish girl.
That is interesting.
Yeah, never. Almost never. I've never even seen it or heard of it. But Chaldean women do sometimes. Rarely still. Very rarely. And, she's not around us. She's like, she's over there in Washington, and she grew up somewhere else. Like, she didn't grow up around me.
This is New Jersey.
People. Yeah, she grew up in New Jersey. So, like, she's more like a Jersey girl than anything else. You see the way she talks? She talks like a Jersey girl, too.
Okay, now I can find this.
That's why you think she's hot. She's from your city, dude.
Well, where does she grow up? I didn't even look.
I don't know, but she's a New Jerseyan. Like, she's one of yous.
Be very charming.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her on New Year's Eve, young black girl. And it turns out she's from New Jersey, and she also had no idea I was from New Jersey.
You see, you're just attracted to New Jersey girls. You can't explain it.
Because the interaction between me and it's not a very heavy interaction, so I never realized.
Maybe it's just her mannerism.
She grew up about 15 minutes away from where I grew up.
New Jersey girls have a bitchy edge to their voice sometimes. She sounds like she wants to cut you down with her words.
It's gonna make me register in order to look this up? Fuck, I hate when states do that shit.
What are you looking up?
When she got divorced.
I told you. Leave her alone. He stole her away.
I mean, a Chaldean woman shouldn't be stealable.
Listen, of course she shouldn't be stealable, but sometimes it's hard. Like I said.
I bet it was really hard, Pearl. You know how these successful Jewish men are. Hello, Brian. Exactly.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. We're just trying to figure out if one of my favorite Chaldean women is
Damn
a whore.
it. She was divorced December 2019.
How? You found that pretty quickly.
Damn you.
And all the reports are that she immediately married the other guy. So probably, I think it was actually.
It ended and it was done, and that's when it was done. So I'm sure it was in the work, because it's in the works for a while before it ends.
Yeah, that's why I said the question is, when did she file?
I don't know what.
But anyway, she remarried incredibly fast.
Not really.
Oh, actually, Brenda, you probably know exactly who we're talking about.
And
Alina
I'm
Hopper.
sure she was separated for a year. So it was like a year and 9 months later. So,
I mean, we're making a lot of assumptions.
I mean, Jeff, they divorced that day. You know how long it takes to get divorced? Pain in the ass.
Yes, I've been divorced. Have you?
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
I'm from New Jersey. Are you?
Okay, how long were you separated before you got divorced and finalized it?
My entire process took a little under a year.
Okay, so a little under a year. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That does not line up with she met somebody or started a romantic relationship after her separation.
Yeah. Pearl, don't argue with the gay federal judge who probably personally knows her.
Wait, do you know? That would be amazing. She's like my hero. She's always pissed. Do you know what I'm talking about, Bren? He knows. She's always mad, and I'm here for it. You know, she's one of
He's also smart enough not to say that he knows her, because then he can't talk about her anymore.
Anyways, so.
But we can infer, based on what he does, that there are conferences, and he knows her angry face in real life.
And you think she's hot too, Jeff?
I think she's incredibly hot. I think she looks older than she is because of the work she's had done. But
men are just.
Hey,